already talked about how we, of course, are keeping our eyes out on RDU and Habugabu because we're quite familiar with them. But I want to take this time, Collins, to maybe introduce to the English-speaking community who some of the other streamers are because, for example, typical Hanzo and Sinedd are very, very famous within the Russian-speaking community, Sinedd in particular, a big streamer.
Yeah, it's nice to see all the players coming for this tournament. It's nice to see them working together, trying to figure out what the best strategies are for all the new patches and all the new changes that are happening. They were already in the first game. It looks like we're looking at Izyum deciding on what to pick here.
Yep, very interesting choices. If this were a couple months ago, I would snap pick the Eudora, but ever since she got nerfed to having to dig 5 times, definitely seems like it's a bit too slow. Barov definitely stronger when you get to consult with your teammate. And we can see here there's an Omu, a Maiev, pretty strong lobby.
We saw this is the first Inval I'm seeing, if I recall correctly, of this tournament. So we'll see how this hero performs in a strong environment.
Definitely excited to see it. Unfortunately, though, Shanvala's a hero that can't quite make use of an early deck swabby, unlike some of the other heroes that maybe curve out in a different way than the standard 4 gold and 7 gold levels. I do expect, of course, that he's just going to take the Rockpool Hunter here.
Yeah, a lot of people are starting with Rockpool. It looks like Maiev also decided to buy a minion. Some Maiev's hero power on 1. Oh, this probably fighting against a teammate, buying the minion and not using not playing it.
Yeah, definitely seems like RDU is faced off against Habugabu here. We do see that for this lobby, it's beasts and dragons that are banned. So, Collins, how do you think that's going to maybe lean some people's preferences towards a late comp differently?
Well, that's actually a pretty big change. I think we saw from the last yesterday that dragons were a really favorite among a lot of the popular players here. I think that being removed from the table means that people aren't really going to be looking for tier 6s as much as they would before. Also, with Beast being gone, that means Mama Bear's off the table, right? So 2 of the big directions that people are using in the last game off the table. Probably will see a lot more elementals in this game.
Very interesting. We do see here from Izyum, he had his first bet as Barov, and the Omo was actually his teammate SirSalty. So the fact that he is betting on the Edwin means that SirSalty is communicating to him that he probably doesn't feel that his minion is too strong. But the risky thing with Barov this early on is that it's very common to get ties, and you don't actually get the gold for that.
Yeah, this is one of the most important bets for Barov. If they can get the money here, they actually have a much cleaner transition, and he does hit the bet, so he has a lot of options now.
That is huge, and the hero power, of course, the tavern level just down to 1 gold because of the double deck swabbies. How do you actually approach this curve now with so many different options?
I actually like leveling for sure, buying the 2-1, and probably even use all of your gold here to buy the 2-3 as well. You get a lot of tempo, most likely will win the round. He is fighting the Edwin, so it probably will take him if he does that play.
Not much time left to do everything, but there was just enough gold to go for what you were saying. I hope you got the level in.
Okay, he got the level. I was very worried that he did not get that down.
Yep, it came right down to the last second there. He did also bet on the Maiev, which I think is very safe to do because Maiev is one of those heroes that likes to buy extra minions earlier on and maybe go for consecutive levels around the 7 gold turn.
It actually looks like the Maiev lost though, so very unfortunate for him.
Yes, that is a very big deal. For RDU, go ahead.
This is like a pretty good turn for RDU here. He's going to be able to buy in hero power, kind of get the skilling where he wants. He has 2 token generators or money generators in his hero power selection, so he should be able to skill pretty cleanly here.
Yep. What do you think about the decision to hero power the swabby and buy the token instead of vice versa? Because you could make an argument for trying to get the discount immediately on the tavern hero.
The way the discount works, it's not going to be useful once you start leveling because you have a very clean level hero power curve until you get to like Tavern 4, Tavern 5, where you want to maybe buy something and level. That's why he's waiting on using that ability or using the swap.
True. These curves also trades working out very, very cleanly for RDU, so he will be able to take a combat against the Malagos despite losing a while ago. Let's take a look at AlexisDiesel's perspective right after this. He is on Malagos, which is a hero that is not quite consistent, but also favors having tokens early in the start.
Yeah, this is one of the heroes I kind of like playing sometimes because you can, if you get to Tavern 4, Tavern 5, you can start hero powering weak Tavern 4, Tavern 5 minions and making a composition out of it. He hero powered the money and got a good card for himself. So kind of an interesting play here. I don't think a lot of people would hero power just hold on to the money there.
That's true. The free dealing gambler is a card that you often buy earlier on because it has good stats and then you can cash it out later. But I think because AlexisDiesel particularly has the party rock combo, that he was really trying to hit an elemental around the tier 2 tavern to try and get those buffs rolling immediately. Do you like him buying the pair here instead of the teacup?
I think in these type of tournaments, you do need to hit triples into a huge power spike. So it does make sense to refer to just getting pairs when you can. So you have the opportunity of maybe power spiking in the later turn.
And he is faced off against Izyum on the Lord Barov.
Yeah, he's
It does look like the lack of attack on the Molten Rock is a problem here.
It looks to be a close battle. It's very deterministic on how the bombs played out. I think the bombs went into his favor, dealing as much damage as they could. So he got the nice one.
Yeah, I have to admit, if you had not shown me the pan out there, I thought that the Barov was in a better position. But we do have Daryl now on. Generally, post leveling to turn 3 is the first turn that you can call danceable, and he does have a lot of money saved up with these free dealing gamblers.
Yeah, if he really wants to, he can just pop off this turn and dance on both of those 4-3s, but he's probably deciding to play it safe and maybe just filling up his board and maybe finding a better target to dance on.
How do you feel about this option on the last 2 gold to roll instead of, say, selling one of the smaller minions and just buying one?
I think if he was going to sell one of his small minions, he would have done that first, right? No, so that he could at least get the buffs on it. But I think as soon as he bought that first 4-3, he was making that decision to roll and try to find something to dance on. And it looks like he's happy with the 1-1 Divine Shield. It is a Divine Shield minion, so it looks like he'll like that.
Righteous Protector, definitely a small minion that can scale very well only with Daryl at the moment, ever since Tyrion left the hero pool. It's also good that in that shop there was another token with the Murloc Hide Hunter, so that does have a little bit of dance synergy. I want to say though, it's a very non-greedy shop to freeze on, because when you have access to Tavern 3, you can already go for the Cracking Cyclone, etc., which is a much better Divine Shield minion, but we are seeing players just play to consistency more, and I think Dancing Daryl is a good hero to try and get those top 4s.
Yeah, definitely went for the consistent play there. I think a lot of players would go for the greed and try to find a better thing to dance on, but you can see that he's really prioritizing not taking a lot of damage here. He's still on 37, still fairly healthy, has 6 gold banked up, so he can make a really big dance here and fill his board.
And so with Dancing Daryl, if you do want to go all in on a single target for the dancing, you do sometimes end up with a non-full board. Do you like going all in here and maybe just spending the extra gold on leveling?
I would probably dance up to maybe 10 gold, buy it here. Oh, he's going to continue on. And then probably buy 2 things here. So he can probably buy the Zerus and the 4-4 as well. So leveling's a little bit risky here because you don't fill up your board and you don't have extra minions in your hand to dance on something if you find something random.
I'm glad you bring it, because I often make that mistake as Daryl, where I've already committed to dancing on a mediocre minion, but one that kind of seems good enough to help you post into the top 4, and then I end up leveling, which doesn't really synergize with the strategy of just going for consistency and trying not to take much damage. We do see, however, that he's facing his teammate, AlexisDiesel, so he's not committing the Righteous Protector to the board. I guess that's another interesting thing, because you could have seen him go for the level because he's facing a teammate, but you want to stay on lower tiers as Daryl, maybe?
It's because he committed to locking for the 1-1 Divine Shield that he has to dance there. So he probably couldn't afford to level at that point, because it means he wasted a lot of his potential, a lot of his turns if he decided to level because he's fighting his teammate.
Oh, sorry. I meant like after he danced, he had enough gold left, right, to level after that. But then he bought 2 minions.
It becomes harder to scale if you start leveling without something to guarantee dance on, right? Because if you level and you roll and you don't hit anything, you're going to be extremely far behind. So he just went for the safe play.
Right. Especially since as Daryl, when you go up to Tavern 4, that's when you have 5 minions in the shop, and then you have to have a splash dance target where some of your dances land on the minion you don't actually want to buy. So I've seen people stay on 3 to try and get that done more consistently.
Yeah.
We do see here for RDU a triple trying to land one of those crucial 5 drops, and
and hits it. Hits the nuts. Wow, he's so strong now. I was wondering if he was going to stay on 4 so he could get the 5, right? Hit the brand. This is the best hit he could hit here. He already has a Burgrow in his hand that he's holding on, just hoping that he finds a brand as well. So he's really gonna find a massive power spike on this turn. Surprised that he didn't he found the triple. I'm surprised he didn't sell the 8/8 and kept it as well.
that's true. He did miss 1 token because of the board space, but it does look like RDU is just prioritizing the stats here. It's definitely not wrong by any means, but oh my goodness, another brand. It's crazy to me that before we even tuned in, he had all these murlocs saved up, not the brand yet, but when we finally get to see him try again for a 5 drop, it is the perfect one, and RDU already looks like a runaway favorite to the lobby.
Yeah, definitely insane play here. He ends up selling the 8/8 at the end, which is what I was assuming he was going to do at the very beginning, but his play is still insane, destroying the lobby right now. Probably going to be the strongest in the lobby with that massive discovery that he got.
True, maybe not the most optimal if he expected to end up filling the board anyway, but might not matter in the long run because it's tough to outscale murlocs when they have the brand Bagurgle this early on. We do see RDU almost dealing lethal damage to Izyum, and I wonder if anybody is playing elementals and starting to scale. I'm not sure what can beat this.
Yeah, he needs to level there, so I think RDU is in a really good spot now that he's leveled and has a brand Bagurgle combination already on the board. There's another murloc player, maybe not as clear-cut defined. He's kind of budget murlocs using Baron as the scaling factor instead of the brand that you're looking for, but he also still needs to level as well, so this guy's in a much rougher spot than RDU.
Yeah, he has very little health to work with, and like you said, feels bad to just go for the scuffed way of buffing your murlocs when you hit the Baron and not the brand. But here is a potential triple, another shot of hitting brand, but we do know RDU has hogged at least 2 of them from the pool already.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for him because he has the Spawn and the Baron, and they're not that useful here, but it looks like he's too worried about how weak he's going to be if he sells those, so he's just going to go for the somewhat safer play, just holding on to the Spawn Baron combination and looking for a decent 5. Doesn't hit anything here, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's tough. Do you just take the Tempest for extra money?
You could take this Tempest. You could also take the Spore if you think you're going to die and you really need to fight it. I think this early into the game, you can't really assume that your opponents are going to have like gigantic elementals, so probably we'll just take the money here. But either way, it feels hopeless for our player. It's going to go for the Spore.
We'll see, though. If Izyum can coast by, it still doesn't look that good for him, even if he manages to survive this fight, because he did not level to Tavern 5, which is, you can't fault him for that if he's just trying to go for the most consistent play, but it looks like this giant bar giving him some problems.
Yeah, it looks like everyone is going for Murlocs this lobby with dragons and beasts gone. They're like, you know what? I know how to play Murlocs. I've played that all before. Let's continue.
It was so huge that his first Murloc hit the car there, because it could have taken a disastrous trade at 4 health into the 4 attack minion instead, the Genie. But because he got the good trade, this is not lethal damage just yet. But how is Hanzo going to recuperate? We'll see a bit later. However, we have our first casualty of the lobby, Izyum, falling down despite winning his first bet as Lord Barov.
And AlexisDiesel also taking a huge loss here, getting 7th and 8th respectively.
And that means that Izyum's teammate SirSalty has to make up for that. Was that actually a team kill that we saw there? I could have sworn it was an Omu at some point. And AlexisDiesel's teammate Oliech still performing quite well.
I think the Omu killed the Barov, and I'm not sure who killed the Mal'Ganis there. Unfortunate for those two players. We'll see RDU doing a lot of synergy, lots of tripling, getting a really good power spike here, tripling a lot of things, playing a lot of Gurgles, and finds the Amalgadon, everything working out for him.
I was gonna say the only way this gets better at the moment is an Amalgadon, because for Murlocs, that's the only way to get Divine Shield on them at the moment, ever since Gentle Megasaur left the minion pool. And it definitely looks like whoever faces RDU is just going to be bullied for a lot of health. But to be fair, he's facing off against Sinedd, who has the most health at the moment.
Yeah, you can see RDU smiling right now. He's feeling good right now. Got the hit, got the perfect Divine Shield Murlocs. He's looking good. Sinedd has a pretty decent Divine Shield composition. It's not going to be as strong as RDU here, but it does have potential to scale and be really, really strong.
Yeah, if the Genie can drop a Rag, you definitely want to use Lil Rag to start and buff these Divine Shield minions. We do know that Sinedd is certainly going to lose to RDU here, but the good thing about fighting Murlocs, at least as a consolation prize, is a lot of the minions that stay on the board after all is said and done have low Tavern tiers.
Not this time, though. He's got the Amalgadon, he's got two Gurgles. Hopefully he can take those out before they smack him for a lot of damage.
It's actually a lot closer than I thought.
The fact that he had the 2-1 poison was a really good adaptation for Sinedd here, allowing him to snipe two relevant minions, making this battle a lot closer than it probably should.
Wow, it's actually a win for Sinedd there. I apologize for underestimating the comp, but yeah, the synergy that you can get with Alec here with any poison minion on the far left is insane, essentially being able to snipe big walls. But we do see Habugabu and typical Hanzo falling down in 6th and 5th respectively, which is a very big deal because from what I can see, there's no team that's completely out yet. Everybody's partner is still alive.
Yeah, this is a lot closer than the first lobby on yesterday's match where two teammates were always getting knocked out quickly. But here, it looks like we've got Omu going for the elemental comp, trying at least. He's got two 6-drop rags, so hopefully he can scale with that.
Did get a quick note from TJ on production that it's actually all 4 of the streamer invitees that are still alive, and the leaderboard players have been knocked out for now, which is funny to think about.
A little bit different than the yesterday's rounds where we saw a good mix of streamers and invited and qualified players performing well here. It looks like the streamers are doing a lot of work and representing their streamer community well.
Love to hear it. For SirSalty, this is quite a difficult turn because he is pair gaming somewhat, and it hurts to use your Divine Shield minions to cycle. But I think the Shredders are just too big to be selling at this point, plus they have potential to triple. That's why he's holding on to everything. What do you think is the role of Bran in this type of composition?
The role of Bran is really just to find the 4/4 Murloc that gives you more elementals. He needs to potentially level or potentially triple that Shredder, otherwise he'll be stuck in a board state that can't scale at all.
Oh, this is such a close fight, and it will be RDU who comes out on top at the very end, which is a huge deal because he only has one more loss in him. Whereas for SirSalty, he can take a couple more hits, but like you said, he's currently board locked, so it's really tough to scale very effectively here. For Oliech, it looks like we can see him just having so many minions stocked up. He's gonna dance on something big next turn.
Yeah, this is the casual game plan of I need to hit something with Divine Shield, and then I will dance. I don't care about my life total. I will just wait. Oh man, hopefully he has something good saved up here. We'll see he does not, so kind of interesting that he doesn't have anything to dance on yet. He's still looking. He might dance on the 2/8. Probably will be his game plan here because he needs to dance on something.
That's right. A lot of the first dances unfortunately landing on the cold lights here, but I do agree it's got to be the security rover now. It at least has some slight synergy with the Deflectobot, and you can potentially find an Anoia module to put the shield on it after the fact.
I love how he's just casually throwing away Tavern 6 minions like, I don't need this, I don't need this, this isn't useful.
Gar is short for garbage in this instance. He is getting rid of all of that, but he is going to find another tier 6 minion. with his triple on the Wildfire Elemental.
He's actually still on 4,
Oh.
so he's not going to get a 6. He's going to get
Oh.
a 5 drop.
My
He
mistake.
got the Gar from the Genie, which can give you 6 drops even if you're not on 5 or 6.
Thanks for catching that. It's a big deal that he also has another selfless hero in hand, because that means he's one more away from tripling that with the Baron already on board. The problem is, it's hard to work with his board space.
Wow, I'm surprised that he almost ran out of time there trying to put the poison in. I think that was a good adaptation because he probably does need that poison to be able to survive, but it was getting a little scary for him. Just like if he ran with 6 boards, he'd probably insta-lose. So.
Also a big deal that the rover was able to get an attack in while there was board space, because that's the problem you can sometimes run into with security rover compared to, say, anything with the replicating menace slapped onto it, is that it's not a death rattle that respawns minions. So if you don't actually have board space, you don't get the reset on the deflector bot.
Everything's going really well for the Daryl here. Everything just working out perfectly in his favor. Still doesn't win, but that goes to show you how strong RDU is, right? Everything worked well for the Daryl, and he still lost.
Yeah. Honestly, if one attack had gone wrong, one extra murloc going into the security rover for a second reset on the deflectobot, RDU is finished, but he is definitely still hanging in there, and now Oliech is going to be able to dance on the Anoia module and create the biggest rover in existence.
Yeah, he has a lot of decisions to make here, because he's probably going to sell the Genie, probably deciding if he wants to sell something else as well, but he doesn't have tokens in his hand, so he doesn't actually need to sell anything else, so probably just going to sell the Genie and dance on the Anoia module.
You know, when I think of Genie, I think, oh, that has such a great synergy with Lich King, but it low-key is nuts with Daryl too, just to give you extra money every turn. It's just +2/+2 at the very least on a minion of your choice. He ends up selling yet another big threat in order to get the poisonous on board, so he's definitely going to be looking for selfless heroes, the third one, in order to get the triple with those last couple of rolls he'll have after this.
Yeah, I like the play he made. I wasn't considering that play at all. He ended up selling the big Divine Shield minion just so that he could add another poison into his hand. Pretty sure that was planned, and just a good setup to find exactly what he's looking for.
Right at the last second, getting all of the actions done. That is a Battlegrounds pro right there, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, the big Divine Shield minion falls off really hard. At this stage of the game, on 18-18 or whatever, it's just not going to be good enough. So it makes sense that he sold it. Just kind of an interesting adaptation. You probably don't see a lot of players selling one of their biggest minions just so they could add a small 3/3 poison on the board.
Oh, that last trade where the Crackling Cyclone went into the little rover instead of the big rover was potentially really big, because we could have seen this 40 damage going into the rover, but it is going to just eat up so many of these little tokens and make Oliech just that little bit safer.
Yeah, he's getting the perfect hits for himself right now. Probably going to be winning that round. Oh my, 20 damage.
RDU takes out another one.
Yeah, really seeing a lot of damage that these players are dealing in the late game. And you can also see the Daryl performing really well. Kind of a riskier hero, kind of a harder hero to pilot than some other heroes, because dancing, you can get punished a little bit earlier than you could.
I really like the way Oliech's comp has just panned out, because like you said, Daryl is a hero where you go in hard on about 1 or 2 minions maybe, and dance on them, and the rest of your comp kind of falls off in the late game. But the presence of the Spore Baron Selfless Hero combination just allows you to come up with a late game way to use the rest of your slots. And just, it's half scam, half dance, and all power.
You can really see the pain in SirSalty here, where he has to sell off one of his gigantic shredders because he wasn't able to find that triple. This is what we were talking about earlier, that he needed to triple the shredder, otherwise he'd be in a really bad spot, and you see him losing 30 potentially of value just so that he could fill the board with poison divine shield.
And the other unfortunate thing is, it seems like he just hasn't found an Anoia module this entire time for the shredder, because he absolutely would have slapped one on one of these 50 attack monsters if he had found one.
Yeah,
But
this
he
is
does
one of
get
those
good rolls on the shields for the second Amalgadon.
Yeah, this is one of those turns where you feel really sad you have to make this play, but you have to make this play in order to survive. You know you're in the last top 3. Everyone's going to be extremely strong. You have to sell your brand. You have to try to make your board as massively strong as possible. Otherwise, you're just going to fall too far behind.
RDU definitely looking like a Megasaur board still, even though that's not even in the minion pool at the moment. But the fight is very, very close. Unfortunate for SirSalty that he didn't quite get the death rattles on the amalgams to pop some shields like he wanted. But there's just enough health left on the Gurgle.
The power of hitting those token death rattle minions that give him enough extra damage to take RDU. RDU looked to be the favorite for this lobby, and SirSalty was able to turn the game around. If he didn't make each of those exact decisions he made that last turn, if he kept the brand, if he didn't play the selfless, if he didn't sell the shredder, he would have lost that round. So you can see that those small, minute decisions making a huge difference in the outcome of this match.
Absolutely. The question is now, how does he even improve this board? I was definitely eyeing up the Primal Fin there, but without the brand, and he already has Divine Shield Poison on these amalgams. Probably not a big deal. I guess the only thing he really wants is a triple on the selfless if he's really lucky.
Or the
rag.
Yeah, those were the only 2 options realistically there. The one issue here is that beasts are not in the pool, so he can't replace the little rag with like a poison beast or something, but it's still a good upgrade. He might find something that might be good for him, maybe a boat or maybe the zap if he knows exactly what composition the opponent's running. Probably going to take the 5/5, I mean the 4/4 here to get extra buffs.
And I do want to see what role this Zap will play, because it's been a while since we've seen Oliech's most recent ordering, and we do see that the Zap has a chance of sniping either Baron or the Spore. And the order that the Zap goes off in means that it can be both the Baron or the Spore, or just the Spore. It's really big here.
Yeah, what really matters here is if the Zap goes first. If the Zap can take out the Baron, I think he's guaranteed won this round. Even if he doesn't, he's still very favorite.
I agree. Like SirSalty, I mean, in that last fight against RDU, the fact that it came down to RDU having one big poison murloc and one small one, and the fact that SirSalty's last big threat went into the big poison minion allowed him to hang on.
Yeah, this looks to be a really close fight. Oh, that poison taking out his 80/80 little rag might be the deciding factor here.
Definitely seems like it. The Zap tech not quite coming in too hot here, and that's going to be all the difference maker.
It's actually still pretty close. If he can find a way to... Oh, never mind. Unfortunate for SirSalty. I think he played it to the best of his ability and had a really good chance of winning this round. It wasn't guaranteed that the Daryl would win, but I mean, look at the Daryl, kind of a difficult hero to pilot, and was able to pilot all the way to first.
Yeah, that was insane. I often say Daryl is a safe pick, trying to get top 4, but very difficult to actually win the lobby. The fact that Oliech was able to leverage 2 big dances and just use the scam comp for the rest of his minions was really, really cool. And he just adapted on the fly pretty perfectly. And for SirSalty there, I have to say, honestly, I kind of wish that he won that last combat just so, say, by 1 token, so that Oliech potentially still could have survived with 11 health, and it could have gone even closer.
Yeah, that was a really close battle. You saw a lot of players utilizing their heroes to good effect and figuring out a way to make each of them work. I think Daryl had a really smart game plan. You could see in the mid game he was abusing the genie to get lots of extra minions in his hand that he could sell to have huge buffs. So he's utilizing one of the new abilities in the elemental patch, generating card advantage through genie, to actually make Daryl even stronger than it was before.
And because of that, we do have these standings now all in. And, you know, by virtue of the top 4 being all players from different teams, we have a very, very tight race already right at the start. But it is the black team who comes out on top right now, despite AlexisDiesel finishing second to last. The fact that Oliech managed to take that crucial 7 points puts them in a small lead here.
Yeah, this is a very, very close first lobby for all the teams. Nothing's really set in stone. Everyone's performing decently well. So we're really going to have to see how the other 7 lobbies shape up.
The funny thing is, if that last combat between SirSalty and Oliech went the other way around, we could have had everybody tied at 7 points here. Just a perfect, evenly spread lobby. That would be really fun to see. But still, because the differences are very small and the players on average performed good enough to even out how their teammates did, it's still very much anybody's race. And we have, 7 lobbies still to get through? It's so exciting, Colin. So much Battlegrounds action.
Yeah, it's really going to be nice to see how these players develop. We could see in the previous tournament, in the previous day, that people were developing their own game plans, forcing compositions that they really enjoyed or performed well with. We'll see if people continue on to do that, and also the qualified players. You got to shape up. You know, the streamers are showing you right now.
It is true. And as for the heroes we saw, again, we kept on talking about how it was so cool to see Daryl taken all the way to first. I have to say I'm sad about Shanvala not really making the top 4 appearance, but then again, like you mentioned, it is more of a high roll hero where if you don't hit the elementals, it can be tough to get the discount as consistently as the Omu, which did perform second.
Yeah, you could see the Shimvala in the first round didn't get an elemental start, and that's the real drawback of this hero. If you don't get an elemental in the first like 3 hits, you're really going to be falling behind quickly from that point on. It looks like we're watching Oliech. He's got a lot of decisions to make. Alexstrasza sometimes can be the high roll hero you're looking for, but Yogg and Finley are much safer choices. Yogg going to be the safest bet here to perform well.
I do think Yogg would have been my pick as well. I'm interested that you mentioned Finley. Do you think that Finley's average power level has gone up or down with this patch?
I think it went down with this patch because they nerfed all the best heroes, right? Finley, you basically want to copy the best heroes, but since they nerfed all the best heroes, right, his power level also falls down a little bit. But you can still pick any hero, right? So if you don't like your hero choices, you can go for the re-roll essentially and see if you like it from there.
And already turn 1, an interesting decision from Yogg here because, oh my gosh, he hits the token anyway.
What?
We could have seen him guaranteed take the token so he could go for the aggro Yogg start and buy 2 minions on the next turn. But from Habugabu, that is so funny.
He doesn't have a choice. He just has to buy the 1/1s and move on with his life. Yeah, I do think that hero powering for Yogg there signifies that he's not going to go for an aggressive start, because if he wanted to go for an aggressive start, hero powering and hitting this makes no difference at all, right? Because you're going to sell this to hero power, so you're going to lose the value. So it means that it'd be weird. Well, now that he hit a 2/1 token, he could continue doing it and just hold on to the 3/3. But most likely, if you do hero power there and not just regular buy the 2/2 elemental, it means you're most likely going to level. We'll see with this roll if he's going to change his plan. He is changing his plan because he does see the token and will go for the hero power.
This is what we call the aggro Yogg curve, where they do not level on the 4 gold turn when they're offered a token, which means that, you know, they're still able to get 2 minions on this turn. And the way that the curve plays out, they're still able to level to 3, the same as the rest of the majority of the field, because they get to level for 5 gold and just push the button for that last minion. For Habugabu, a while ago, we saw the triple righteous selfless heroes? No, righteous protector. Sorry, I always confuse those two. That's a bait this early on.
Yeah, definitely for sure. He wouldn't have been able to get the triple that easily. He wouldn't have really been able to dance on it that well. So it would have been a really bad start if you decided to lock and go for that. It looks like the Pyramid is going for the typical murloc power spike here. I think this is one of the compositions that can work well with Pyramid as well as micro machine scaling.
Pyramid does have access to a different curve like all the other heroes with 1 cost hero powers. He is going to face off against Sinedd, his teammate, which is why he is not playing the Rockpool Hunter. I will say though, as far as ideal Pyramid targets, it's a bit unfortunate that he got the Tide Hunter instead of the 1/2 Tide Caller.
Yeah, I think Tide Hunter is pretty okay because you can sell the token turn 1 and hero power to start with a 2/5, which will be stronger than most of the things. And skill, as long as you get murloc buffs, it can still be good. But the big issue is that it's going to fall off at some point if you don't consistently buy more murloc buffs.
That is true. RDU here with the double deck swabbies means that he can utilize Omu and have the gold to immediately refresh and buy something from, hopefully, Tavern 3. And he does have access to one of the best Tavern 3 minions.
Yeah, he's going to be extremely strong this turn because of the Bronze Warden buy, but it looks like he's fighting his teammate. Oh, okay. If he was going to hold on to his hand, I would assume that he's fighting his teammate. He might still be fighting his teammate, but we know he's not because we can see who he's fighting against. But
Right.
interesting turn.
That is right. I mean, at first glance, this board doesn't actually look that strong, but the fact that he has 5 minions on 6 gold, and the fact that the Bronze Warden can scale out of control a bit later on when he starts hitting the Twilight Emissaries means that it has a lot of potential later.
Yeah, Bronze Warden is one of the strongest minions you can get in the early game, and him having it on turn 6, usually people who are going to get it usually get it on turns on 7 gold or later. So unfortunately, Kaltaz has his ability power is really good for scaling in the early game, so RDU isn't able to overcome that advantage, but he's still in a good position.
Yeah, oh my goodness. I was going to say the big benefit of him leveling a turn before the field is that he'll have access to the 3 drops and already spike this turn.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to sell the Gambler to get an extra spawn here. I think that would be a really powerful play. Yeah, he is going to do that. I think this makes a lot of sense considering that he's near the bottom of the lobby in terms of health advantage now. So he's feeling a little pressured. Probably needs to go for a little bit more power play, hit people for a lot. So you'll be surprised that maybe the Pyramid won't be expecting this amount of power coming out, assuming that he lost the round before.
Right, why don't we check in with the Pyramid, because last we saw him, he had a bunch of low attack murlocs and high health, so he'll need a little bit more than that to deal with the spawn of N'Zoth, because previously the 2 attack minions weren't scary, but maybe with the spawn buffs they get to become threat.
You can see he spent that whole turn deciding if he should level or not. Just saying, he was deciding, do I want to buy those murlocs and go, or do I want to level? Yeah, and now he probably decided to level because he saw that RDU lost heavily in the round before, so he's thinking to himself, oh, he's not going to be that strong. I can probably afford to level and not get punished here. And RDU's like, no. I'm here to smack you, so he's really going to be taking a little bit extra damage than he was assuming.
As soon as typical Hanzo saw the board state, you could see him shake his head, and it was so crucial that his Murloc hit the spawn there. It was still possible to get some value trades because the second spawn didn't die off immediately, but in the end, takes a hefty chunk of damage care of RDU's board. But we do have AlexisDiesel on the Millhouse, which means you always pick up every free dealing gambler you can find for just that +1 gold.
You can see he's already on Tavern 4 with 8 gold with a full roll, right? You can see normally Millhouses are pretty healthy in the early game because they can spike really heavily, but you can see that he was going for a more leveling composition where he probably took a lot extra damage that he needed to just so he could level earlier and make a power play on this turn.
And I feel like this is roughly... Okay, I was going to say 1 turn before the power play because it looked like he had very little time left on the clock. But these are Battlegrounds pros and streamers that we're dealing with here. He still gets in almost all of the actions, getting a near full Murloc comp.
He does, though, waste 4 gold, so we do have to point that out, that he wasn't able to do everything in the turn. I think he could have waited a little bit longer. Even if he took a little bit extra damage here, he's still in a good position and probably could have waited for a big power spike the following turn. But he does win. Oh, no, he just won this round, unfortunately. So even though with all the good... Oh, he does tie. Okay. Okay, so with the plays he made, he was able to tie to avoid damage. It would have been really unfortunate if he made those plays and ended up not even tying there and taking a lot of damage, so that's good to see.
And it's such a big deal that he does end up not having to freeze there, because as Millhouse, you definitely value every single refresh you can get, especially when you're on a Murloc comp where it's heavily dependent on trying to find those Gurgles. He already does have Brand, though.
It looks like this Omu is trying to get into a Caligos position. If he can find a triple, he'll be in a really good spot for Caligos if he hits that. So kind of an interesting freeze here. This freeze kind of dictates that he's maybe looking for the Genie because Genie can get Amalgadons and he really wants that. But not a pick for the composition he's playing right now.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up because you mentioned first it's a perfect setup for Caligos, but that just goes to show you the power of Genie, that even if you don't have any support for it at the moment, you can still freeze for it and just have that constant value engine, which sometimes drops you a game-winning card like Lil Rag.
Unfortunate hero power for the Pyramid there, hitting the one minion he probably didn't really want to hit. He does have Light Fang, so he could consider keeping that for Light Fang scaling.
Yeah, this is, I want to say, a tough position for the Pyramid to not have too many minions at the moment, so it's going to be a while before the Light Fang can actually get full value.
Yeah, he's actually not in as horrible a position as it seems at first glance, just because his minions have a lot of health. If they can get buffed with the Light Fang, he can really utilize those health advantages to mitigate a lot of extra damage. He does need to find a full board or a direction that is cleaner than Light Fang, because it doesn't look like too good for him right now.
There's a decent mech that he could have gotten there, but it looks like he is going for something more impactful. And typical Hanzo is stressed out. Bob is not cooperating. What minion do you think he's really looking for here on Tavern 4?
There's no beasts and there's no demons, right? So he's probably looking for a good mech to play. Most of the time when you have Light Fang, you want to be buffing minions that have extra abilities in their attack, probably Divine Shield or probably Cleave, right? So Full Reaper, Deflectobot would be the key things he'd probably want right now. But he needs to fill his board. That's probably the most important thing. So he's deciding he wants the hero power. He only has a couple of rolls left, so he's probably just gonna try to fill his board here.
This Anoia module is so clutch. You were mentioning how Divine Shield is exactly what he's looking for. Honestly, in that spot, if I've seen the Security Rover, I was like, that has an additional ability. I'll probably settle here. But typical Hanzo realizes that he needs something more impactful that can better use the attack buff from the Light Fang. But he does get an unfortunate roll with the hero power.
Yeah, he still doesn't have a full board, so he's actually in a difficult position. You can see that RDU is kind of transitioning away from the dragons at this point. Found a Nomi, found the Jin. The Jin gave him a little rag, is probably my guess. So he's got a new game plan now, it looks like, based on the luck he got.
And that's why you freeze for the Genie, even though you are a Caligos comp, friend.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very, very lucky there to be able to hit the pieces he needs to scale. So we might see him slowly transitioning away, probably maybe keeping the Divine Shield Dragons just because they scale really well with Little Rag, but we might see the Ragnaros leaving in a couple turns.
Wow, that is a ton of damage that he deals to Sinedd there. Yep. Obviously, the little rag is there to stay around.
Oh, no.
Oh, unfortunate with the brand Murlocs. I did not expect the Millhouse player to get eliminated that quickly. AlexisDiesel, unfortunately, it now means that Oliech really has to carry.
Yeah, I think what happened there is that he was stuck between two decisions. He had the Elemental comp scaling at the beginning, and then found the brand and found the lookout and decided, okay, I'll try to go Murlocs there, right? But he wasn't on 5, right? So he couldn't have hit extra Bagurgos to make his power spike efficient. He had a turn to where he could have leveled earlier, probably didn't, and was taking too much damage to make powerful plays after that movement.
And despite Oliech being in the lead here, the fact that his teammate is lost now means that it's really the RDU Habugabu team that we have to keep our eyes on. They're about to face each other next round, and they're currently in 2nd and 3rd, so already looking like favorites to win the lobby overall in terms of total points. We can see RDU positioning the spawn on the far right just to make sure that it's the lowest power level on his board as possible, but it looks like he's still much stronger than Habugabu.
Yeah, we'll see. It does look like RDU is probably one of the stronger people in the lobby, but it looks like the Daryl has a big Deflecto bot, so hopefully that can carry him.
Yeah, 3 resets up to, so depending on how the trades on the Deflecto bot goes, maybe Habugabu can save some HP here, but the problem is that RDU's minions are of a super high tier, so if anything gets left on board, he could be taking a big hit.
I think the Deflectobot's in a good position to actually win the round. I don't actually think RDU will be winning this round. Just the Deflectobot with all the resets will be too strong for the Omu's board to handle, most likely.
And that's a perfect outcome because RDU did have the time, he took the time rather to just level up because he knew he was facing his teammate, and that means that RDU now has access in the tavern to the very high tier elementals, getting all the buffs with Lilrag, and of course he also has the Nomi committed, so
Oh wow.
big feeling.
Impressive, impressive. They actually tied. I thought that the Deflectobot was going to chunk everything out, but they actually were able to position themselves in a way to get a perfect tie. You love to see it.
Yeah, that worked out so well. And Sinedd was actually just, what? He was, I don't know how much health he had before that, but just taken out just like that.
Yeah, in these high-level lobbies, you're not really safe unless you're full life, and even then, you're not really safe. You can still. I've seen a couple of 40 damage in the lobbies of mine as well. So you really got to be careful that you are in a strong spot and not feeling comfortable just because you're high health. Because one small moment, one power spike from your opponent, you can just take too much damage and get perfect lethal or overkilled for a lot.
TJ coming in with the notes for us that are not quick-witted enough. I'm sorry, that's me to really take note of everything. But it turns out Sinedd did die to the ghost there. He had a murloc comp but wasn't able to scale into anything. That is really rough.
That is unfortunate. Losing to a ghost might mean that he really didn't have any game plan that was effective for the composition that he was running. So unfortunate for him there.
What it means is that his chat is surely giving him hell right now.
Probably. I know mine would. So.
Here we go again with Habugabu, his Deflectobot once again being the main piece of this comp, but he has had the time to dance on the Selfless Hero, a minion that you probably just settle for if Bob gives you nothing better, like we saw a while ago, and that Daryl did end up taking first place last lobby. Oh, that hit on the Deflecto!
Oh, he's actually probably gonna lose to the he's gonna lose to the
by
micro
one
machines.
right micropod.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
We haven't watched the SirSalty, the test player here, but test is kind of a difficult hero to pilot just because you're relying on what your opponents are doing. So it's kind of interesting to see what he's running. He's running a standard Divine Shield composition, trying to utilize his Divine Shields to cheese a top 4 placement.
And he did just face a mech player, at least partially, from Habugabu, so we could potentially see the Burgle here, except that his natural shop is already pretty good, with another Deflectobot and the Replicating Menace. Just doesn't have room.
He has a hard decision to make here. Is he? I do think picking up the Deflectobot and the Micro Machine will be probably a really good player, a decent upgrade. The question is, what will he replace? Will we be replacing the Spawn? Spawn's been doing really well for him right now, but he's actually rolling those minions away. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't want any of those minions. They probably weren't good enough, and they probably wouldn't have upgraded his board, so decided to pass along for that.
I'm surprised by that because I would almost always snap pick Replicating Menace, but it does go to show how much SirSalty values all the minions here. The egg is valuable as a reset. The Shredder, I think, also has a menace slapped onto it, so that can't be sold. And the fact that the spawn is golden and is continuously buffing the gold grubber also means SirSalty doesn't want to let go of it. And the Bolvars are a pair.
I think the reason why he skipped the Deflectobot was that he knows that he wouldn't be able to play the Deflectobot on this board right now. He would definitely get weaker if he tried to sell 2 minions to get the Deflectobot and the Micro Machine on the Deflectobot. So he realizes that, oh, I could make this play. It would make me stronger long term, but it wouldn't make me stronger now. And I'm feeling pressured. I'm in 10 life. This might be my last battle, so I have to make sure that the plays I'm making makes me stronger. That's why he rode for it. He ended up picking up the Deflectobot anyways, just because he rode down. That was his last gold. He knew that he couldn't really invest into anything else. But the reason why he didn't go for the Deflectobot pick up that turn was because it wouldn't have made his board stronger, and he couldn't afford it.
Incredibly disciplined play, and he does end up taking the win here against typical Hanzo, but Hanzo survives by his last legs. We do see, however, Oliech getting completely destroyed by this Omu. RDU looking strong once again with the elemental comp.
Yeah, definitely a good. Yeah, triple Nomi is really nice to see. You really only see that with Renos these days because you hit so hard to get that triple, but looks like he's got it and has a really good scaling now. Double rag, triple Nomi, insane scaling for RDU right now. It looks like he made the good decision of selling the Razor Gore that we talked about and the Elementals and the Bronze Wardens that we talked about. Committed completely to the scaling option for Elementals, and that paid off handsomely.
It just goes to show what kind of meta we're in when you just use Kaligos as 1 gold to keep scaling. Misses the poison on the second Amalgadon, but honestly, it is not a big deal. I do believe we have mech players left in the lobby, so it's really tough to outscale the size of these minions with a mech comp.
Yeah, and Murlocs are in the pool, so he can just find a Toxfin and put poison on it that way. The real important thing was hitting the Divine Shield. I think he has enough attack that it essentially has poison already, but if he is fighting other elemental players, he will be able to find a Toxfin and put poison on that as well.
Well, Nomi is just insane, right? I was gonna say the one problem he might have had before he had that is not having enough board space, because you tend to see Little Rag and the Nomi as not your threatening minions, but rather the minions that help you build your board. But now that they've all combined and gotten big enough, they are threats and also are continuing to build up his other biggest minions.
Yeah, it looks like RDU's got a good game plan here. Very smooth, very easy game plan to win the lobby outright. So we'll see if he can pull off the consistent gameplay, or will someone come from behind with an upset.
It'll definitely have to be between Habugabu and typical Hanzo, because SirSalty is going to be biting the dust after this. And Habugabu is RDU's teammate. Oh my gosh!
Oh wow, they've secured top 1 and top 2. A nice performance from Habugabu to solidify their dominance in this lobby continues.
That just worked out so beautifully, all the way from how many turns ago when they engineered the perfect tie, which gave RDU the time to level up and make sure that he could do all of this insane cycling and have the maximum amount of minions in the shop, so he could find the triple Nomi and also just get the most expensive elementals for maximum Will Rag buffs. Chef's kiss.
Yeah, it's very, very clean play from these two players. I don't think the Daryl has a chance, but you know, you never know. Some people like to try their luck, see if they can pull it off here. I don't think we'll be seeing any upsets today.
I mean, we did see yesterday, though, the full board sell, and I'm not sure if that board has as many stats as RDU's at the moment, but RDU could still do something for the memes.
Oh man! All right, Daryl's got his game plan. He's not giving up. He's still gonna continue on trying to do the best for his community here. We'll see if he can pull it off. I have my money on it. No.
Oh my goodness, this just looks like bullying when I look at this board and the other board, but it's just a good thing for Habugabu that this is, of course, his teammate. And you know what? This team, we did say they were the ones to watch. For me, personally, I know them more for their constructed play because RDU, of course, a Grandmaster, and Habugabu recently having a top 8 in MT Montreal. So the fact that they're able to put in these great results in a different game mode as well makes it doubly impressive.
Oh, it looks like he's gonna kill 2 minions, 3 minions. Wow, nice to see. Very impressive.
I have to say, that's 2 more than I expected he would kill.
That is most likely true. Looks like RD is going to take the top spot here, getting a clean elemental game. Makes a lot of sense with the minions that were banned as well.
It all comes off the back on that Genie freeze, which really, I think, paints a great picture of what the meta looks like at the moment. Even if you have 5 out of 7 minions on your board, dragons, no elementals whatsoever, you still freeze for the Genie just because it can be a value engine and it can drop game-winning pieces like the Lil Rag.
Yeah, the Genie really being the deciding factor for RDU's game plan. You could see he was considering going for a Kaligos gameplay, but hit the Genie, froze the Genie. The Genie gave him a Little Rag, and then he also rolled into a Nomi that turn afterwards, and was like, all right, I know what I'm doing now. I'm just going to lock in all the elementals I can see.
And that does mean soon we can look at the standings. Obviously, the red team will come out ahead all by the rest of the field by at least a full first place worth of points, 7 points. difference between the second players, which are Izyum and SirSalty.
What a massive turnaround. You could see from the first lobby that the black team was actually in first place. Due to the performance this round, getting 8th and 5th was unable to keep up that first place performance and ended up falling all the way down to 4th place now.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. In terms of heroes that we've seen top performing so well, that Daryl in the first lobby was a surprise, but I do think that Omu is in a good position to perform as well as it did for RDU, even throughout the rest of the lobbies today. However, for the black team, even though they have fallen far behind, and even orange and blue, they're just a couple points away from each other, there's still so much action to be played out. 3/4 of the day still left, so the red team can't be resting on their laurels quite yet.
Yeah, they still have a lot to do. You could see from the previous tournament yesterday that even though you get a head start, you have to continuously perform. You know, first place, second places all throughout if you want to move on to the next round. So we'll see if they can keep it up. They've got a good start. Hopefully, the other challengers can pull out the rear.
That's right, Collins. And also from yesterday, don't forget that the amount of first places you get in a vacuum also matters because of the tiebreakers. We did have 2 teams end up on the same exact amount of points after all the lobbies were said and done. So it came down to which team had more first places between them. A lot on the line here. Definitely a lot more Battlegrounds action to come. So don't go anywhere, guys. After this break, we'll bring you the next 2 lobbies.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone Battlegrounds EMEA Cup. I'm SirSalty subbing in for Gia, joined once again by Educated Collins. We just finished our first two lobbies. We have lobbies 3 and 4 coming up for you now. Collins, so far from what I've been watching, it's just looked like absolute destruction for RDU so far. Two incredible, powerful compositions coming together very quickly for RDU.
Yeah, RDU and Habugabu, they've in the lead so far. They've done very well. They've been utilizing their resources. I think also I want to give note on SirSalty. He's also been performing very well. Looking at the turns and his game plans, he had some difficult turns, some unfortunate turns where he couldn't triple the shredders and things like that, but made the right decisions to get the placement he was. And I actually believe he was favored in that last match as well.
Yeah, I think overall Salty has the second most points behind RDU just as an individual player, and he's done it really without any of the top tier heroes as well. We saw him taking a Tess to a top 4 in the previous lobby, which is very, very impressive stuff indeed. But also one thing I noticed is Daryl kind of overperforming a little bit, because I'm kind of with Gia. Like, Daryl seems like a good 4th place, 3rd place hero to me, but we've been seeing Daryl's getting 1st and 2nds in these lobbies so far, which is pretty impressive.
I think it's just due to the consistency of the hero. If you can get a good start, get a lot of tokens, and there are more tokens in the pool with elementals being added in. A lot of people are using that for the consistency, and then you can see the skill level of these players taking that consistent 4th place hero up to a top 2, a top 1 finish. So it just goes to show you what skills players can do with heroes that might not be the meta.
Yeah, I've personally been very comfortable seeing this reflect more of my ladder lobbies, where we've been seeing the big power scaling elementals coming in as well, as opposed to just Kalagos running the shop as we saw on day 1. But we can take one more look at the standings here. You can see huge performances from Habugabu, meaning Red is out in the lead now by a clean 7 points. But yeah, as we mentioned, SirSalty there with a 2nd and a 3rd, really pulling weight for his team right now, as Izyum is not putting in the results with an 8th and 6th so far.
Yeah, it's nice to see some of the streamers doing a lot of work, a lot of synergy. They all work together. They're all trying their best. But sometimes you get unlucky, right? But it's only been 2 rounds. That's nothing, essentially. You can easily turn it around.
It is, and also that means that even though blue and black right now are cast off a little bit, the gap is very, very small, and obviously we have 6 whole lobbies to go, so things can reverse very quickly. Although we did see yesterday, it doesn't take long for one team to get cast off a little bit at the bottom, as we saw with consistently poor performances from the white team early on. So hopefully these teams now towards the bottom after the first 2 lobbies can really start to put some work together. But have you noticed anything from the black team or the blue team that they might be doing wrong here, Collins?
They seemed a little bit unlucky. They actually were in the lead in the first lobby. It's just this one lobby that things didn't work out for them. So I'm actually not worried about them too much. I just think a lot of times when you see yourself in 4th position, sometimes the mental game can become so strong. And a lot of these players are streaming as well, right? Their chats are maybe making fun of them and things like that. So in tournaments like this, you have to sometimes forgo, whatever the chat is saying, and just focus on your own game, focus on your teammates, and try to do the best you can through them.
All right, so we are going to get started now with lobby number 3. RDU once again finding a strong hero here with the Rafarm. He has seemed relatively blessed by Bob so far, and he's going to pick up another strong one right off the bat.
Yeah, a lot of strong heroes look to be in this lobby. You got a Razorgore, you got Barov, Deathwing, Yogg, Millhouse. So this looks to be a lobby where no one's really getting scuffed, except maybe you could make an argument for Toki being a little bit unlucky sometimes.
Yeah, Elemental start as well, so RDU's going to unleash the forbidden tech, the turn 1 hero power. You a fan of this play with the Elemental in the opening shot?
He doesn't know. I would like it if he was against his opponent or something like that, but he actually doesn't know what this guy's going to be running, so kind of interesting. He will get lucky in that his opponent also has the exact same minion and with the same exact game plan, so it's going to work out for RDU here. And I think it's a good play, knowing that it's a tournament, you want to go for the highest chance to overkill your opponent.
Yeah, it's actually the perfect scenario, right? Not only does he take 0 damage for the greedy play, but he also now activates a pair super early on Rafarm. So RDU's Gambit is absolutely going to pay out here, but we'll see the results of Sinedd's gamble on turn 1 here as well. And he does not hit, which is huge news, especially when he finds the pair of Elementals in the shop as well.
Yeah, really unfortunate for him. I think the first 2 gambles are the most important in that how it signifies how clean your early game is going to be, right? Because even if you start hitting the later gambles, if you're at like 20 HP, it's very difficult to make a play that you can scale off from. So most people don't hero power at once, so it's not that big of a drawback. It was just a free gamble.
Sinedd here going to go up against Oliech on the Deathwing. Should be a free win for him just by merit of the extra minion. The Deathwing would have needed a Divine Shield or Token Start to keep up with him here. So Sinedd at least is going to save himself some damage here on the second fight, but really wants to be hitting these gambles again in the early game. And this time he does hit. So it's actually a similar start to what we saw from the first lobby, where I believe out the first 2 bets, one was won and one was lost from the barrel we saw in the previous lobby.
Yeah, this isn't too bad. Kind of interesting that he decided to not buy the Swabby first and then level, right? Save himself a gold, but he's just hoping that he will use it next turn. It's kind of weird because you could have had the coin in his hand and not had to waste that or utilize that resource this early and waited for a more opportunity. So, but he decided to go for this play using the Swabby for the level up, and we'll see how it turns out for him.
Looks like a pretty powerful Yogg start here, though, so Sinedd is just starting to fall behind a little by merit of missing that 3 extra gold on turn 1. And going to take a little bit of extra damage for his troubles here.
Looks to be an aggressive start from Yogg. You can see he has 4 minions on the board. That's really only doable unless you get really good tokens. But from the minions, most of them being tier 1, you can see that he just stayed on 1 an extra turn and got that full board to punish the bear off there.
Habugabu having a decent-looking Millhouse start here, having hit 2 Elementals by the looks of things, which is kind of the dream with Millhouse early on. Very powerful minions that are essentially free because you can sell them for the 2 gold it costs to buy them with that character.
You can see that he does have the free reroll from the 1-3 that he probably did on turn 1. He's deciding whether he wants the token. He is going to buy the token and not play the pair. Okay, I was wondering what he was going to do here. He's doing this because he's against Deathwing and he knows that the minion he plays doesn't really matter. So he's just holding on to the pair. If he wasn't against Deathwing, I think he might have played it instead.
Yeah, I really like this decision. It means he ends up playing 2 3-1s instead of a 5-3, right? Which I think is particularly powerful against Deathwing. And you can see here Deathwing having hit the early Rat Pack, harking back to the old days, Collins, where you just hit that Rat Pack early and just power leveled up. Deathwing's found it already, which is huge for the Deathwing. Going to force a tie here. Yeah,
that's extremely rare because it means that he leveled up to 3 the turn before and then rolled and hit the Rat Pack immediately. So it's a really good risky play. It's really good that it worked out for him. Otherwise, he would be extremely punished. And he's going to get another beast roll. So he's in a good spot really now.
Yeah, that is pretty sick. How do you feel about Pack Leader on Deathwing? Because it can seem kind of redundant sometimes, right? The fact that your tokens are already getting buffed by the hero power anyway. You still a fan of it?
In Deathwing, it's definitely redundant in the early game because you don't need the extra stats. Your minions, your tokens will one-shot everything most of the time. But in the late game, it can be relevant. But usually you want a Mama Bear to replace that.
Right. Yeah, but you kind of see the interesting dynamic of Deathwing, where he ended up just taking a 1-1 Divine Shield over a Pack Leader there, even though he had multiple beasts in play. But here you can see Habugabu just powering his way through a Millhouse turn, all about those breakpoints and gold efficiency. And it looks like Habu is trying to greed this South Sea Captain for a later level up.
Yeah, you can see he had the opportunity to buy it this turn, but didn't want a 4-drop. I think the 4 that would have really mattered would have been Gold Grubber, but it's not. Gold Grubber has been kind of falling off. It's not as dominant as it was in the previous meta, just because there's so much better scaling options nowadays. So, forego that option.
What has happened here? What is going on this Jandis board? This is just such a huge mishmash of random stuff. Has a little bit of the Rat Pack synergy there, as you can see, but currently no real benefit to the hero power, although replaying beasts over and over with the Pack Leader is something that they are able to do on the Jandis, I guess.
Probably uses hero power and hits things he didn't want and was like, well, I'm not selling this, so that's probably what's going on here.
Well, Alexis on the Jandis is going to take a hit from the Millhouse, and we'll see how greedy exactly Habugabu is planning to be with this South Sea Captain.
I think you always have to level here, right? If he wanted a 4, he would have done it last turn, so he was pretty much always leveling here. Him also being full life, he's also fighting his teammate. I wonder what his teammate's going to do as well. Oh, no, he's not fighting his teammates. But I do wonder what the Yogg is going to do against this. They're both full life, right? So they look to be the strongest in the lobby. But, ooh, what a nice roll for the Jandis here, finding 2 Bronze Wardens. And they were buffed from the 3/4 Dragon, as you can see.
Yeah, always nice when you hit a shot to sell the 3/4 into where there's actually multiples that you want to buy, let alone if 2 of those have Divine Shield. That's a huge outcome for AlexisDiesel. And Jandis was looking kind of hopeless when we last saw Alexis, so that's a huge role to actually pull him back into this game now.
Yeah, massive turnaround for the Jandis here. Was looking struggling, but it looks like RDU has some surprises in store for us as well. Look at his pirate composition. We might be seeing a pirate game for once, but maybe not.
Yeah, I was actually watching RDU stream as he was warming up right before he kind of got into lobby for the tournament, and did actually win a game with Pirates on stream. Was very surprised to see that happen, so maybe he has been influenced a little bit.
I do think he has Pirates as a transitional unit, because you can see that he has the Mama Bear at the end. Probably will be utilizing that for his direction this game, but you know, it's nice to see Pirates doing something in the early game.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
So it looks like Rafam is gonna look for beasts. It looks like he doesn't have too much to go from there. He does see the Macaw. Maybe he will be thinking about buying that up in case he can get an early gold run. So he will be buying the Macaw. Probably will pick it up, and he wants the hero power here, so he'll play the rat pack and hero power it as well.
Yeah,
we'll see what
positioning is a little bit awkward here with the Macaw, right? Because you want to have the board space, but I guess having a Wind Fury minion up first means that you will almost always make that board space immediately. So you could just get a little bit less greedy with the Macaw, I guess, and go second here. What do you feel?
I mean, he's on 5 gold with a extremely powerful early game composition, right? So he might be able to even level up in the next following turns and just roll into the gold rune organically. So he's in a really good spot for 9 gold right now.
That is true.
Looks like he's playing against the Yogg here. Oh, the Yogg getting a massive snipe there. Probably the best hit he could have. Oh, well, except for the Mama Bear, of course.
Yeah, just outright smacking the Mama Bear itself would have been the best one, but that is a close second for sure. But now, yeah, you see the way things have lined out. That 2/2 Divine Shield taunt means that actually, surprisingly, the Pirate didn't end up dying to create any board space for that Parrot there. So things not going ideally for RDU this fight, but still, just the raw power of his board right now is going to be able to
His issue is he's too strong. You know, I don't think that's too big of a deal. He still gets a dominant win, smacking his opponent for almost 15 or so. So he should be in a fine position here.
Hanzo looks like he has just started setting up his actual Ragnaros turn. Just see the Sulfurous activated there. Does have a Bronze Warden that he can put on one of the edges, which is very, very nice for him. But the rest of his comp is looking a little bit scuffed right now.
Oh, I was thinking that he was deciding between the 7/3 to use as the second filler, but actually he's going for the Pirate synergy. Kind of surprising to me. I think he's banking on using the Direwolf, and he has a really interesting turn next turn, deciding if he wants to level up to get a nice 6, or we'll just continue going for a 5 and scaling from there.
Yeah, huge triple to roll into, honestly, because his comp does look a little bit directionless right now. With, you know, you could say he has a little bit of a pirate direction, but I would say that's not necessarily a direction you want. But at least he is Ragnaros, so just his direction is just to AFK and build stats from this point, right? Which is the best thing
I
in the
mean,
world.
Pirates, they're coming back. You see RDU also using Pirates. You know, there's a lot of Pirate players, a lot of Pirate aficionados here. Maybe we'll see a full Pirate comp. You never know.
All right, we will wait and see. It looks like he is going to be going up against RDU himself on that refarm here, so we'll see how well RDU has scaled.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
I smell a shark.
Yo, Genie been added, and the Dire Horn been added as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's banking on the Genie working out for him this game as well, right? Maybe he finds a little rag and gets rid of all these beasts in his board. Definitely wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah, it gives him options, right? When he gets to tier 6, or if he discovers into a tier 6, if he hits the Great Wolf, he can stay beasts. If he starts hitting some of the powerful elemental scaling, he can go for that instead. I think he's in a really nice, flexible spot right now.
And this is what I was talking about, is spelling the shark. You can really see that RDU is here to punish typical Hanzo. Just probably going to smack him for all of his life right here. And he's already out already this early into the game. 20 damage lethal.
Okay. I was like, I could not have counted that damage that quickly. I want to know if this guy's dead or not. But there we go. We get the confirmation. And now back to this crucial triple discover here for Habugabu, who we saw the triple South Sea captain on earlier. And now there's a triple Mama Bear coming down for a tier 6 discover here.
Yeah, it's really fascinating to see that there's so many beast comps and they're all still finding their triples. So he's got a really good direction here. The issue for this build house right now is he has a little rag, he has a Nomi, he has a Jin on the board. He's really thinking to himself, do I really want this golden mama bear? Is it actually good?
Right.
Which is such a fascinating thing.
It is weird, right? Like, obviously it's getting played because he wants to discover, but it might just end up being sold for a bunch more elemental synergy here, because Habugabu definitely has the options to just go full into the elementals here if he really wants to.
I think the real critical thing is for the Mama Bear triple, if he hits a Goldrun. If he hits a Goldrun, he has the Baron in his hand already, and then he could commit. He's not even playing the Mama Bear this turn.
Whoa.
He's just gonna hold it. Maybe he's fighting his teammate or something.
He is, yeah. RDU
Okay.
is on the refarm, so they're just trying to balance stats. But
I'm worried for this player. I think he's underestimating how strong RDU is here right now, or maybe RDU is not communicating that. Oh, I am nuts, but we'll see how it turns out. Maybe the positioning can save him.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, but I also think, as you can see, RDU can kind of scuff his board to a good extent by moving the Parrot all the way after all the death rattles. Like, he's trying to just potentially get some Genie value out of it instead. And I think with this Rat Pack popping open now, but Habugabu has a lot of trades covered in a lot of positions here. So I think they've set this up actually pretty well.
I've got to say, they have been the best I've seen so far out of anyone in the tournament who's really good at synergizing how to position to make sure they both don't take an insane amount of damage. Very nice to see.
Yeah, that is very, very close. It's a shame for Habugabu that the Parrot is going to survive here, because that's a little chunk of extra damage that he might not have wanted, but it's a really tough kind of mini-game to play to actually try and engineer a tie between two Battlegrounds boards.
I think they easily could have been somewhat, either way could have taken 20 plus damage, so it's nice to see the mitigation there.
Completely agree. And now we're going to see Habugabu go through with this Mama Bear turn. Finds a Calicos. All right, I'm not Beasts anymore. I'm not Elementals anymore. We're going all the way over
still
into
taking.
Dragons.
Oh, wow. Okay. Disgusting.
Hello? What? You saw the reaction from Habugabu as well. That was absurd. 3 Hydras in 2 rolls with a Mama Bear on the board. That is insane.
Golden Mama Bear. So he's instantly getting a 30 attack cleave, like out of nowhere. So disgusting right there. And he gets another 6 drop.
What's happening?
Well,
oh my free
God.
Picks up the Amalgadon. This is one of the most illegal turns I have seen in a long time, Collins. What is happening? What?
Oh my God!
Get out! No! No! This is not okay!
This is so disgusting. Oh my, wow. Maybe the craziest turn I've seen in a really long time.
Does he even have time? Okay. Gets it through.
Oh my God. Look at his board at the beginning of the turn. And his board now. He was like maybe barely top 6, maybe top 4. Now he's like in the lead for sure.
And look at Salty's reaction to it as well. Like, look at what he has to play with here in comparison to the nonsense that he's up against. Disgustingly powerful turn from Habugabu.
I can't, that was such an insane turn. Holy moly, I cannot believe how strong. SirSalty's even laughing about how ridiculous that board is. Oh my god, disgusting.
The thing is, Salty doesn't even know how disgusting that was, right? Like, if you could show him the board at the start of the turn and then the board he ended up fighting against, he'd be even more miserable. And look at this now!
Habugabu may just be the luckiest play I've ever seen. these rolls are so good for him.
This man is just a god. No one can stop him.
He sold his Amalgadon. Interesting. There, I believe it was it Divine Shielded or not? But probably liking the golden, definitely liking the golden Jin, definitely liking the Nomis and the Rag scaling. So he's selling those units because he knows they're he's eventually gonna have units that will outscale with the Nomi and the Rag buffs.
Absolutely, yeah. I think I personally would like to just see this Nomi being held in hand to look for the triple. I'm not sure if he can really afford the board space for like 2 Rags and 2 Nomis at the moment. What do you think?
He would have to sell. Okay, so he is going to do it. So he's a madman. But he does know that he has an insanely strong cleave. And that's probably the deciding factor in him being confident with this play, knowing that he has a 40 attack Hydra cleave. He's not really worried about losing the round. You can see the round before, he was dealing so much damage to his opponents. So probably went for the massive greed, the massive scaling. Probably won't be punished for it.
I have to ask the question as well, because he ended that turn with 1 gold remaining as Millhouse. I think whenever that happens, you have to ask efficiency questions. Did you spot anything that turn that maybe he could have used with that 1 gold?
He could have held a minion in his hand and had a clean gold. I think that was the real only extra difference he could have made. But he's in such a strong position, it really doesn't matter what he does. Like it's so broken. The turn he had, the turn before was just God giving him everything he needs to win the lobby. So he's taking it and running with it.
Yeah, I like this view we have right now of just watching everyone march into the Millhouse one by one and just die before his feet, because he is a god in this lobby right now.
Yeah. Looks like Janice is trying, but he's against Millhouse, so don't really think it matters what he pulls off. But let's see if he can find a way to make things work, because
yeah,
it's not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen. You can do the maths. He has +8/+8 on each of these beasts right now, with single Wolf, single Baron, not even close to the amount of stats that Habugabu is putting out.
Yeah, I think this is a good showcase of sometimes when you're playing your own battleground lobbies and then you see an opponent that looks extremely strong so quickly, and you think to yourself, how did he get so strong? Well, these are the ways. They just get the blessing from the universe, giving him everything he needed, all the triples, all the plays to find the answer. So don't be surprised sometimes when people get those nuts rolls, because it can happen.
Wow, actually subs out his Mama Bear and then rolls it away. Just looked for an opportunity maybe to pick up the Poisonous Spore there, knowing that he's going up against Giant Elementals. But it's going to be the same story yet again. It's going to be someone looking miserable as they get absolutely smoked by this Giant Board State.
I think it's kind of a weird thing to swap out the Mama Bear. I think that was one of his only ways to deal with a board, right? Getting the extra buffs from the Mama Bears on the Death Rattles with the Baron, but kind of a interesting decision there to swap it away. Not really sure what was going on in his head when he made that. Doesn't matter though.
I mean, very little he could have done mattered against the power level of Habugabu, but obviously Habugabu and his teammate RDU are both still alive here.
So wow, another top first and second for Habugabu and RDU, really dominating now, starting a streak for themselves.
All right, let's see what RDU has been doing while we've been salivating over Habugabu's boarding. Yep, no, that looks pretty much the same thing that we're seeing coming out from Habugabu. Both of them have just absolutely nutted the elementals this game, it looks like. Both scaling with Rag plus Nomi. RDU just doing it to slightly less disgusting degrees with just a single copy of each.
Yeah, he would need everything to have poison, really, to have a chance. He does have a big Gar. maybe that does something for him. And he is fighting against his teammates, so he probably doesn't really care how it ends up for himself. But it's nice to see both of them working together. They had both the same clan. Both of them went elementals, and both of them got top 2 in positioning. So good to see.
Yeah, and this does, I think, still seem to be a bit of a formality as it comes down to the final fight. But what a performance so far in the early lobbies from these two players. We were building them up, saying that they should have the synergy, they should have the communication. I think it would be a bit of a fallacy to say, yeah, it's clearly their communication that's winning in these lobbies and not just these insane elemental boards that they're putting together between the two of them. However, they have done a great job at engineering those ties in clutch situations, as we were talking about before.
Yeah, a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, a little bit of determination, you know. So everything working out for them so far. They seem to be the dominant players in these lobbies so far, but we'll see how things turn out. It's actually a lot closer than you would think from first glance. If they can get rid of the that cleave, he's in a decent spot. It's actually wow.
Yeah. As soon as the Myexna did not hit the Gar, I think RDU was just colossally favored there. Like, I think honestly that fight was probably just pretty close to 50-50. It is straight up dependent on where the Myexna went, left or right, because he just did not have the stats to be able to compete there.
I am impressed. I thought this was hopeless for RDU here, but RDU is finding a way to turn it around. We'll see if he can actually land it. I think at this point, maybe it's now time to get rid of those Nomis, right? They're not going to be as strong as everything. So this might be his final turn, might be a time to get rid of the Nomis and see if he can pull anything off from there.
Yeah, I think this is the #1 mistake that a lot of people do make, is that I think it's even correct to sell Nomi maybe a little bit earlier than this, since you do have that golden little rag scaling anyway. Like, I know it seems weird to say, but that's just kind of how high roll this lobby has been. A 25-25 is just not really good enough right now, right? Like, you just want to replace it with a much bigger minion.
He could sell the Nomi, play the minion to get an extra refresh instead of using 2 Godex. So he is going to do that.
Yep, I like that.
Yeah, now he has 1 more reset, so he didn't find any elementals. So a little bit unfortunate. He does still have a much stronger board than he had before, and you can really see the determining factor probably going to be how the poison hits.
Yeah, come on, just put the Myexna first and smoke the Gar. Come on, you know you want to. That's the believers play.
Yeah, that would actually be way better if he put the poison first. Actually, so
wow,
that is a good point.
It certainly was on this board, but last time Habugabu saw, there was a second taunt, so I think that's what he was kind of setting up, as like trying to kill the second taunt first and have the Myexna clean. But the way it panned out, yeah, absolutely would have been insane. Or the Myexna to go first, but it doesn't matter because too many stats were gained in the interim, and that's going to be a massive game-ending hit for Habugabu. But the big story here is, once again, RDU and Habugabu taking down a 1 and 2 in lobby #3, Collins. Well, crushing performance from these two players so far.
Yeah, you can really see that they're doing really well finding the place to make it at top 2. They had a lot of good synergies, orchestrating those ties and taking the least amount of damage when they were both extremely strong. But it's nice to see, you know, that a lot of people kind of look at Battlegrounds and they say, oh, it's kind of hard to guarantee getting first and second. You know, it's a lot of high rolls, you know, people kill you or things like that. But you can see in these tournaments that people that are playing well consistently are getting first, consistently are getting second. You can really see the dominance being showed here by RDU and Habugabu.
Yeah, and we've just got to take, I think, one more time just to shout out how disgusting that turn was from Habugabu in the middle of that game. Plays a Golden Mama Bear, triples a Golden Hydra in the same turn, and then hits Golden Jin at the same time. Like, absolutely insane stuff, and a big, big part of the reason why Habugabu and RDU really... Already at this point, you could almost say they're feeling kind of secure in top 2, because third place is currently so far behind them with the performances that they've put in.
I mean, as soon as you start feeling confident, that's when you know, things can hit you, right? If the results were opposite, right, they would be behind, you know. So there's only been 3 lobbies. There's 5 more to play. So if they start slacking off in these last 5 lobbies, they could go from first to last. So I wouldn't be feeling confident right now. You're feeling okay about your positioning, right? But you gotta keep on the gas, keep hitting those heroes, keep getting those triples out of nowhere in one turn, you know, and keep up that consistent performance.
Yeah, I think crucially as well, because of the way this works, the top 2 teams on each day will qualify through to Sunday. So even if RDU and Habugabu pick up like another first and second in this lobby that we just have upcoming, stretch out that lead even more, the other 3 teams still have plenty to play for, right? They still have that second place to shoot for, which right now we can see is very, very tightly contested with only 5 points between the other 3 players. Come on, Izyum, I believe in you. Shenvala Gaming, let's go.
Yeah, it looks like Izyum has a lot of choices. Shenvala, Barov, KT, and Bigglesworth, I think they're all playable in some form or another. Some are a little bit more high roll. I think the Shenvala would be probably, and the Bigglesworth would be more of the high roll picks. But he's gonna go for the safe play, probably the safest picks out of them, and go for just the KT here.
Yeah, I think, you know, seriously, if I was playing the tournament with everything on the line myself, I would have taken the Kael'thas there as well. And then maybe even considered the Barov as a second pick, because I do think Barov is very powerful with the additional information that you get, and we did see a lot of that on day 1.
I think actually I do like the Barov here. With the additional information you get from your player, it actually becomes a lot less of a risk, knowing that, okay, I can see 2 different board states, or I can get information from 2 different board states. Right. It actually helps a significant amount, so I might have went for that high roll there.
Wait, what happened? So swapped the 2-1 and picked up the 1-1 token. This is one of the cute plays that you can make with Jandice. Very similar to like Shutterwalk, right? Where you use your hero power to force triples off of the tokens by swapping it back into the shop and eventually ending up with a triple on that 1-1 token at the end.
So you can see that the Jandice, the RDU, he hero powered the 2-1 instead of the 1-1, right? Some people who might not be familiar will be asking, why did he hero power the 2-1 instead of the 1-1? Why is he locking, etc., etc.? What he's trying to do is he's trying to triple the token early. So he's keeping the token in his hand, hero powering the 2-1 so that he can replay the 2-1, get the extra 1-1 triple, and in about 1 or 2 turns will be able to get a token triple and get an early upgraded minion.
Habugabu here hits his partner in the early game. He will now be facing against RDU on that Jandice, and I think the tie situations are very easy to engineer. You can see it already. Like Habu just has to not hero power, and RDU has to play no additional minions from what he had previously.
This is probably one of the easiest ties they're going to be able to orchestrate in this tournament, and glad to see they can pull off the beginner level ties and even the expert level ties at times.
What's interesting is it could have potentially slowed down RDU's game plan, although I guess not, because he was going to level that turn anyway. But since he wasn't able to use his hero power, in danger of like swapping into a bigger minion and actually dealing damage to Habugabu, that might have slowed him down a little bit. But I think he would have just been happy to press the level button there.
AlexisDiesel has a pretty good shop here. 2 tokens in the shop. He can buff up the murloc insanely, and hero power having a full board on turn 5, which is not too common. Okay, gonna swap. Okay, I like this play as well. He's gonna get the full board, but swap for an extra pair as well. So in a good position here.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
One thing he could have done instead is he could have had the token have 2 instead of having the alley can have 2 instead, but either way it works out for him.
Yeah, huge attack as well, picking up that 3 free gold. AlexisDiesel is now rich beyond his wildest dreams.
Yeah, it's always nice to get to hero power for Rafam and get 3 gold instead of 1. It's like they're giving out savings today. We're looking at Kindly Grandmother for the Lich King. It's a pretty good hero power for him there. He should be able to deal with the Deathwing. The one issue against Deathwing is Deathwings tend to have a lot of Death Rattle minions, so hopefully the extra value that he's getting from the Kindly Grandmother will be able to salvage this game plan. I kind of want to see what Sinedd is doing today. He's playing Alec here, and we haven't really taken a look at what his board state's like. It's kind of a, oh wow, very small board state, it looks like he leveled up here and not really caring about how much damage he's going to take here, not locking for the pair, not taking the pair or anything. Just really didn't like these rolls in this side, deciding I don't care about the damage, I'm just going to level up and see if I can find a better roll next turn. He's actually not going to take as much damage as I thought he would be, only taking 6 damage here. Yeah, so
Yep.
he's in a decent spot. He gets 1 extra mana to roll and find 2 good minions. We do know that pirates are not, dragons are not in the lobby, so he can't get a bronze warden. Demons also being out, but these are some decent minions. Maybe not exactly what he's looking for, but they should suffice for this turn, as long as the opponent isn't too strong.
Yeah, it's reasonable at least. Like, they're good chunks of stats, which is kind of what you need when you level to Tavern 3 early, right? You just need to pick up big bundles of stats so you can actually start winning some fights and not get punished way too hard for the greedy level.
Okay, so deciding he didn't want those minions, just looking for the Deathwell minions so he could maybe get some value. He also knows that Deathwing's in the lobby, so it makes Rat Pack and the other beast a little bit more enticeful, because you know if you do fight them, you're going to have a really good advantage, but ends up going just for the pair.
Yeah, ends up going a different way entirely and just setting up for the pair on this turn. Obviously, just by nature of Alec here, he does have one extremely high-quality minion that on 7 gold, you would expect a 4/6 Wind Fury Divine Shield to be doing a lot of work here, especially against RDU, who last we saw was building Murloc tokens on his board, so it might actually end up being pretty huge.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult for the Alec here. The leveling up was a very risky play, one of those plays you make if you really don't like your options, but could end up being a huge punish if you don't get a minion that you really want to see.
RDU making something happen with the Jandis here, and also has picked up that Righteous Protector, just almost as an immediate Alec here counter card, right? Just throwing it up there as a blocker against the Wind Fury opening.
Oh, wow. He was so close to tying here. I was really surprised. Like, his board was relatively weak, but he was able to orchestrate it in a way that he doesn't take too much damage there.
And we join Salty on the Deathwing here. Doesn't have the most synergistic Deathwing board going just yet, but that shop does present some opportunities. There's more Murloc pairs, but there's also just the Infested Wolf for a high-value Deathwing token minion here if he wants it.
Yeah, he's just trying to find a board where he can scale. He decided to just level here. He's feeling comfortable just because his board's full, and with Deathwing, you kind of equalize a lot of advantages you can make by rolling, so he just goes for the greedy level.
Yeah, I like it too. Hanzo here discovering a 5 and has hit the Bran at the first opportunity. He is going to be SirSalty's opponent here in this fight.
So he's going for the brand. Maybe probably has Murloc synergy in the shop that he might pick up. Lightfang wouldn't have been as good because there's only 2 archetypes. He could have picked up the pirate to buff that, but you're not going to keep that for the long run. So just.
And it looks like from just how the gold has worked out that he's actually piggy-banked this turn, right? You can see the deactivated hero power as well. Like because he's on 8 gold, he used the piggy bank to actually be able to spike that Tavern 5 Discover a turn early. And
yeah, that's
actually
a good catch.
Pretty big payout actually by hitting the brand there.
Yeah, so now you can see he has a game plan probably with the Murlocs. That's why he took the Murloc pair, hoping to use something with the Murloc engine to facilitate a game plan and win the lobby.
And small hit, 7 damage, still fairly small at this side of the game with SirSalty greedy leveling as well. If you go up to Tavern 4 a turn early, you are expecting to take some damage, so I don't think Salty will be too upset with that loss.
Yeah, it would be really sad if the Sky Captain used his hero power and then also lost.
Yeah,
You'd just be like, what was the point of that then? So I'm glad that he won, just for a mental standpoint.
Taking a look back at Salty now as to what he's going to find on Tavern 4. Did pick up an Annoyer module already, which is obviously one of the best possible cards, and does have a couple of mech options to be able to be putting this on. But he is still looking like he's very much in the building stages of what his comp's going to end up being.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough. I mean, he does have the extra Annoyer module, which will help him immensely, but in terms of a composition, he doesn't really have anything like that. He does have the makings of half a mech comp if he can find a Deflectobot and maybe some micro machines. He could go from there, but right now it's looking a little bit directionless so far.
It is. We're just looking at the state of the lobby overall. You can see RDU once again, Tavern 5 ahead of the lobby on Taverns and still at 40 health. We'll see if RDU takes a big hit this round in particular, or whether even he's been able to greedy level by fighting against Habugabu multiple times. We can see it's not this round because Salty is playing against Habugabu here. But once again, Habugabu and RDU seem to be in very comfortable spots.
Yeah, we'll see. We're taking a look at Habugabu's board. He looks like a pretty decent board state for turn 7. I mean, yeah, so hopefully he can transition into like a full beast comp right now, or triple into something that can give him a little bit more consistent direction. This is a pretty good board, but it's not a board that will carry you to the late game. So he needs to find something, or he'll fall out of favor real fast.
Yo, that unstable ghoul is so clutch. Sniping out the extra minion on the damaged golem and forcing the tie for Habugabu. We do now get to take a look at what RDU's doing, and he's back. He's back in his old patch comfort zone.
The nuts.
He's back playing murlocs.
This is actually so strong with Jandis because you can now continuously hero power the 3-2 lookout and just get so many extra murlocs every single turn. So I honestly think he may have just won the lobby with that roll. It's actually so strong.
Completely agree. Yeah, I think based on everyone that we've seen, he is certainly in prime position right now. I don't know if our observers spy anyone else that might be able to compete with this nonsense, but right now I think RDU is looking extremely strong.
Yeah, it's so disgusting. I think RDU's played really well. Also been quite lucky though as well, getting good heroes and getting the little extra tabs from Bob from time to time. So it looks to see he's in an extremely commanding spot, full life still. So even if he takes a heavy loss once or twice, he'll still be able to recalibrate and figure out what went wrong in those matches. So definitely a player to watch. And it looks like his teammate Habugabu has found the gold rune and is able to hero power that. So he's also in a really good spot, being able to flesh out his beast comp quickly in the next following turns.
Yeah, he is also full 5 minion Andy this turn though, so whether he's got enough to stave off this kind of equally huge refarm board. The AlexisDiesel here on the refarm does not have the long-term scaling that RDU has right now, but in terms of immediate power, he's well up there as well.
But you can see how strong this gold rune is for Habugabu here, right? It looked kind of hopeless at the beginning, right? But once you see the second gold rune hit, you can really see it's a little bit closer than you might be anticipating.
Oh, the tavern tier of these minions is going to count for a lot as to how much damage this takes, and a gold rune drops out. 13 damage taken for Habugabu, but he does at least have that gold rune of his own.
But you can really see he was really close, and he only had 5 minions. So we're looking at Oliech. Unfortunately, couldn't make the transition and ended up in 8th place. I wonder what he was running.
Yeah, and this is Oliech's partner now, AlexisDiesel, who we just saw previously. As I said, in terms of power right now, he's kind of pretty far up there, but he doesn't have that long-term scaling that we know that RDU has with the Bran and the Primal Fin Lookout cycle off the hero power. So he needs to find some way to continue to get stronger. Boom! There it is.
What a massive roll there. It was looking he was between 2 game compositions, right, with the 2 Mama Bears and then with the Murloc engine, but looks like this brand pickup will be able to clean him out. Now he'll probably sell the Mamas here. Yeah, get both of the jugs and get those scaling. So it looks like a really good turn for him. Now he has direction. Now he can maybe compete with the massive Janda scaling that will be coming out soon. And by soon, I mean immediately.
And as we rejoin RDU, we see him in his natural habitat, high rolling another golden 5-drop with a Bran on the board. Okay.
It's looking rough for the rest of the players. Whoever is going to be fighting RDU will be saying farewell relatively quickly, it seems to be.
Yeah, I don't know how many tokens SirSalty has been able to scrounge together, but I don't think they're going to be keeping up with these 30 health murlocs on the other side of the board.
This is a very familiar scene so far. SirSalty fighting someone on the red team with an insane board so quickly and laughing to himself, thinking, how did they get this already? Every time it's just very common in these lobbies so far.
Yo, I mean, actually, like, in a vacuum, he's got a pretty strong Deathwing board going on when I look at how many microbots are actually inside some of those minions, but now the boat comes out. Okay, that's actually a blessing in disguise.
But it's not enough,
gonna
though.
be enough.
He's still gonna lose.
Yep.
What a shame.
Yeah, so SirSalty is going to go out in 7th, possibly 6th if someone else dies here, but they do not. So SirSalty, who has been one of the most consistent performers throughout the early rounds, is going to take his first big loss there, going out in 7th place with the Deathwing. Joining back up with Habugabu now, as we see him really just trying to fill his board out with powerful beasts, right? That's all he will have been doing for the last couple of turns, looking for that Baron ribbon there as well.
Also needs to find a Baron, too.
Yeah.
That's really one of the key things he's looking for as well.
Just the power of that reborn Goldrin, though, as Collins was saying, is going to make... essentially, he has a built-in Baron, right? If you want to look at it that way, with the just having the reborn on his Goldrin, but that still means if he's able to find the Baron to support it, that scales his board enormously, because it is going to start falling off fairly quickly if he doesn't find other ways to increase the buffs.
Yeah, so you can see with these compositions, there's a couple of things you're looking for, right? Baron being one very key with the Goldrin, and Macaw being very key, but he also has the 2 cleaves that you really need to be able to dominate in the later stages of the game. So he has half of the setup. He needs to find the Macaw, he needs to find the Baron. And probably why he's not finding those Macaws is they're being taken by other players.
Yeah, beasts do seem relatively scattered out throughout the lobby right now, making it very hard for anyone to really hit super hard. But Sinedd
unfortunately.
I think you can win this.
I was going to say, unfortunately, he's against RDU, so it doesn't really matter.
That is true. And it is, you know, RDU can actually do a double favor here, because not only is he going to kill a player and, you know, move his partner Habugabu closer up to those top 2 spots as well, but he's also going to throw those wolves and macaws back into the pool, right, for Habugabu to be able to potentially pick up.
Yeah, something very impressive that the RDU and Habugabu have been doing these rounds is just destroying players. They have been the ones knocking players out of these lobbies, right? So the way they're able to facilitate getting consistent 1st and 2nd places is because they're the ones in the power. They're not waiting for other people to get strong. They're the ones becoming strong, having one of them being the dominant player of the lobby and knocking people out. And then when they fight each other, they make themselves weak.
Here we see AlexisDiesel with some pretty impressive looking murlocs of his own, to be quite honest. We saw that brand get rolled into a couple of turns ago, but he is going to be up against RDU here. And yet again, here we are, Collins. We are in top 3, and who is still alive? Habugabu and RDU. They have the potential yet again to be able to be taken down a 1-2, but there is a lot of stats yet to be added to this board with the amount of resources Alexis has in hand. Do you think he's anywhere close to RDU at the moment?
I think if he can find another poison, he might be able to not die.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if he can win the round, but I do think if he can roll into another poison here, he might be able to take enough minions off the board that he doesn't get a huge loss, but we shall see. He does have a Selfless in his hand that he can be using. He's thinking about not playing his murloc here, which I don't think you can afford. You have to play it as strong as you are. He actually looks like he's not going to play the murloc, greeding a little bit because he doesn't want to. He wants to hold on to the pair. Maybe this greed will be the determining factor for his loss here.
Oh, you sweet summer child. You underestimate how hard RDU can high roll here. 40 health, murloc build. I think AlexisDiesel might just be in trouble.
Yeah, I think here you have to be looking at your opponent and saying, like, oh, he's been knocking out all of the other players. Maybe I need to be a little bit less greedy here and play as many buffs as possible. But looks like he doesn't do that. We'll see if it turns out in his favor and he will be able to survive.
He did get the Selfless Hero to land on the Poisonous minion, which then dodges all of the tokens as well with his Divine Shield attack. So this is about as well as the fight could have gone for AlexisDiesel up to this point.
Okay, wow. The greed play out worked for him.
Yep.
He didn't take the damage, and now he has the potential to triple. So he understands how strong he is in comparative to his opponent, and decides to hold off on the green play, and it works out for him.
And now means that Alexis gets the ghost fight here, so he's got the one full turn of scaling if he wants it. And do you think fishing for that selfless hero triple is the most efficient thing he can use this turn on?
Yeah, I think maybe he might want to get rid of the gas coiler here, and he does find the triple that he kept. So his greed. So he is keeping the gas curler. I think that's a little bit weird because the gas curler cannot scale, and you know that your opponent is going to be playing scaling murlocs. You know that this gas curler is not going to be strong enough to compete with the murlocs that you're going to be fighting. So I do think it's a little bit weird that he's keeping that gas curler a turn or two longer, knowing that it's not going to be strong enough in the end game.
Poisonous Spore found as well. Like, it's got to be at least worth consideration. You know how huge RDU's Murlocs are going to get, right? Like, normally when you're the Rafarm in this situation and you're fighting a mirror match for like top 2, top 3, you feel like you're in the driver's seat, right? Because you're going to steal so many key minions from their comp, which is so similar to yours. But even if he was to get like a Bagurgle every single round, that would
look at him.
That would not be better than RDU bouncing Primal Fin lookouts with Bram Bronzebeard every
What
single
a
time.
fantastic play from RDU here, using the ability of the Jandis to hold on to multiple minions in his hand so that Habugabu can potentially survive this round. You know that even if RDU loses and takes damage here, it doesn't matter because he's actually so strong in the lobby. So he intentionally, like we were saying before, is making his board significantly weaker than if he was fighting anyone else, and being able to facilitate possibly a tie or even a win for Habugabu. What a massive cleave.
That cleave was insane. Obviously, it does not matter that much because it's still only a tier 1 minion that is sticking around. So even with Habugabu on Tavern 6, it's only going to be 7 damage going through to Jandis. But that was an extremely clutch cleave in a vacuum there for Habugabu. But once again, we've said it so many times, but they have been by far the best at engineering ties out of any of the players that we've seen so far. That was very, very close again from the 2 players.
This might be a bait. You can see that Habugabu's thinking about this. Oh, is it a bait, you know, or is it not? Decides to go for it. Maybe he's looking for the poison or another gold run. He finds a triple gold run. That is a really good reason to go for that triple on the cleave as well, right? Because finding that gold run is really one of the key things he needs. Unfortunately, he does need to find the Baron that he still doesn't have. So we'll see if this is enough. It's looking a little bit rough for him.
It is indeed. I do think like hitting the triple on the Goldrun was the only world where tripling the Hydra wasn't a bait, I think. And like because that's so unlikely to happen, I personally would not have gone for it there, but maybe Habugabu just understands that he's not strong enough to win this fight otherwise, so he needs to try and do something a little bit outside of the box and a little bit high rolly, and in that context, I think the play makes sense.
Yeah, you can see that he is getting information from RDU fighting him before, so he knows that he's probably not strong enough to make that decision. You can see that he did sell the gas curler, which brings into question him not selling it earlier and getting that extra buffs on those murlocs. So something to look out for.
Absolutely. But +8/+8 getting added to this board 3 times means he is actually getting up there. He's getting pretty close in terms of matching the stats. But the Goldrun is going to summon far right now, of course, due to the positioning of Habugabu.
Yeah, it's a really close, it's a surprisingly close round, but it still does look like Habugabu does lose, unfortunately, to the Murloc engine. However, the nice thing is that AlexisDiesel is most likely going to fight RDU next, and probably won't be able to stack up, so we'll see what ends up for him.
Nice work out there.
Cold Light Seer immediately into the hand here for RDU, and once again, like, we haven't really been seeing this operate, but all he's doing is just bouncing away that Primal Fin lookout back into the shop, buying it again, discovering 2 Murlocs off the brand that he has, essentially making that happen for free every single time, which is absolutely insane Murloc scaling over the course of the game.
On Habugabu's side, you can see he found the Baron finally. This will really increase how strong he is now. He also found another macaw, so now he's in a favorable spot. I bet if he had a rematch with AlexisDiesel, there might be a different outcome. So we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, and what that's leading to for RDU is a bunch of very high APM turns here, which, you know, I don't think is RDU's strong suit, having watched his stream a lot. I think he would confess that himself, but he does seem to be handling the situation very, very nicely right now.
I think he's got all the skills necessary. You can see that he's been dominating this board. It kind of feels a little wrong to be talking smack about a player that has been destroying all the lobbies so far. So I think he has all the skills necessary to get a clean win here.
RDU spent an entire GM season dominating the competition, and I still talk smack about it whenever I have the opportunity. Okay, like this is just gonna happen.
Got this. You're
All right.
way ahead.
Fair enough. So we're going to see, this is probably one of the more important matches to see. It's really tough for AlexisDiesel here because both of the players are teammates. So you're getting double the information. Everyone knows your board state every single round. And you have to beat both of them, and they're all higher health than you. So if you tie, if someone loses by accident and you lose at the same time, you also get third. So he's in a really tough board space. He's trying to make a stand, you know, trying to get the advantage and so that he can you know, get the points for his team. But it's a rough go, but he's able to do it so far.
Yeah, and I think he's absolutely doing the right thing as well, which is he's given up trying to go for stats against RDU, right? He knows RDU's scaling is much better than his is with the infinite murloc generation, so he's transitioned out to poison divine shield comp instead, which is what's allowing him to win these fights right now. Habugabu is really the player that's left behind, and this shot was pretty much the exact kind of thing he needed this turn.
Yeah, I think this is actually getting a little bit scary for RDU and Habugabu because now they're fighting each other, right? They might accidentally kill each other if things go wrong, especially for RDU. It's very easy to deal 12, where dealing 21 with the board that Habugabu has is a little bit difficult. So RDU, though, is the stronger player right now, so he has to facilitate a board state that can keep his board strong enough to not take too much damage. And he, oh my god. Okay, maybe. I really do think that it's super close. The one issue here is that Habugabu doesn't have 2 cleaves. He's finding the other gold rune. I think that could end up not working in his favor, though.
Yeah, this could technically make him weaker, right? With the power activating the smaller gold rune instead of the bigger one.
Yeah. He needs to win this round. I don't think he'll kill RDU, but RDU can definitely kill Habugabu, so we're going to see what happens here.
Insane stats about to come through right now. What I will say is having the second wolf here is a very nice insurance policy against... Okay, I was going to say it's ridiculously unlikely for a Wind Fury minion to snipe the same wolf twice, but then it just immediately happened. So, yeah, this is at least an insurance policy against that happening.
Well, I don't think RDU was like trying to make his board any weaker. The positioning seems to be set up to kill Habugabu here, but we'll see if the cleave can carry him.
Okay, the cleave did need to attack, and
what a massive
dead center murders the poisonous minions, and it's going to be Habugabu now with the opportunity to try and take down the farm of AlexisDiesel. This is one of the most intense top 2s, top 3 situations that we've seen all weekend, Colin.
That's actually perfect for RDU and Habugabu because now they have another chance to take him out, and it looks like it's the Habugabu who's having the opportunity to take on AlexisDiesel. If he falls down here, then RDU's going to have a chance. AlexisDiesel, oh my. Everything's riding on him.
Selfless Hero has to be better than one extra beast here, right? Knowing that your opponent is just playing like full poison comp on the other side, like both opponents are playing full poison comp. Like, isn't Selfless Hero the nuts in this situation?
Yeah, the only scary part is if the Selfless Hero gets triggered by the macaw, and you don't get the buff. So there's a little bit scary. You can put the Selfless Hero first to try to mitigate that eventuality, but you are putting a bit of risk into your game plan once you start adding those extra death rattles in.
But even then, like, think about the comps that he's up against, right? Like,
Yeah.
AlexisDiesel, last time we saw him, just had, like, 1-1 Divine Shield Poisonous, right? Like, he doesn't need the parrots to activate the Goldrins. He needs, like, sticky minions that survive these poisonous attacks. So I definitely like going for Selfless Hero here.
Yeah, I think it is needed. You have to make those judgment calls and risk-reward assessments as well.
Yo, Divine Shield protection on the Wolf means that it's going to be hanging around for this parrot to potentially get the full activation of the triple Goldrin. Does hit the small one first, though.
Does hit the big one afterwards. I do think the key factor in this battle is the cleave getting the Divine Shield.
Yes, agreed. That's monstrous. If it gets to attack twice, that's probably going to be a huge situation for Habugabu. And it's looking like there's a good chance of it doing that. Only 2 poisonous attacks left remaining. Divine Shield's all completely removed. So this is going to be a clean win from this point, I think, for Habugabu, and they've done it. They have secured top 2 yet again.
What a massive play. We thought that Habugabu would be the one falling behind, right, with the 2 murloc compositions, but he was able to find the exact roles he needed to make a composition that could actually take out AlexisDiesel. You could see that RDU was losing to AlexisDiesel here. So if Habugabu couldn't pull his weight and get that victory over AlexisDiesel, it's very likely that AlexisDiesel could have taken the whole thing. So massive props to Habugabu here to find the answers.
And then triple Selfless Hero just to round it all out. What a comeback story from Habugabu. Looks like he is going to be in prime position to take down this lobby now, just with the insane amount of stats plus Divine Shield that he's going to have available.
Yeah, he can definitely sell his Goldrin and his 7/7. Yeah, I like this play to end with the poison and the cleave on the board. I think this makes a lot of sense.
Yep, loving this. Does have the slight opportunity yet again now that the parrot doesn't activate, but it would need to be that ridiculous scenario that we saw before, where the giant amalgam is far left from RDU and it goes into the taunt, and then 1 out of 7s into the Goldrin on the far end as well. So very, very unlikely to happen.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic game. One of the most exciting I've seen. A lot of decision making here. You can see players who we may have thought were out were able to find ways to pull it back for their team, and it ends up, showcasing some of the consistency once again of these top players, right? Getting first place, second place 3 times in a row is not easy to do, and really shows how much practice they put in.
Yeah, and in the end, it was a me go first kind of battle, really, I think. I think first attack there was enormously favored in that final head-to-head that we had, and it was RDU that got it with his giant Wind Fury amalgam that was able to snipe the Golden Baron before anything too horrible was able to happen for Habugabu. But forget about that. Forget about the result of the last fight. As Collins was saying, the story is just the absolute dominance of those 2 players as a team. And do you think, Collins, is it okay for me to say it now? Are they out of sight? Have they just won? Is it over at this point?
I would say no. That they're still not they're still not out of the woods yet, unfortunately. They still need to continue performing. They have an easier road ahead of them. They're 20 plus points ahead of their competition. So yes, they're definitely, they have a huge buffer, maybe the biggest buffer we're gonna see in all of the tournament so far, but I wouldn't say they can start slacking off yet. They still have to perform. Maybe if they keep doing it the next 3 rounds, then I'll give them the last round to do whatever they want.
Nah, I'm telling you, dude, RDU's going to be reading donations, thanking his subs. He's not going to be paying attention at all from this point on. Well, of course, I'm joking. They will continue to take it seriously throughout the whole tournament. But let's move them to one side just for now and focus on the other 3 teams, because there is still that second place to fight for, that all-important second place, because top 2 teams will progress through to Sunday. Right now, it's AlexisDiesel and Oliech who find themselves in the prime position to do that, but it's so tight and congested down the bottom, as you would expect, right? Because all the points have gone to the red team at this point. There's really not that many points to be sharing around between everyone else.
Yeah, I think no team should give up here. They're all pretty close in second place. And one thing you can do now is you can kind of forego whatever RDU and Habugabu is doing, right? if you see them in first or second, or if they're on the top of the leaderboard, just ignore them. Take out the other competition. They're the ones whose points, what they get, really matter. So there's a little bit of game plan that you can change up. You can do now if you want to secure second place.
Yeah, it's a very good point. It's something that we haven't seen too much of is, players trying to be strong against particular opponents just to knock them out of proceedings when they're direct rivals. We will potentially see if we have any of that left to do, but we are halfway through the day right now. I'm going to be pulling a long shift here, so I will be back after this short break, but Gia will be joining me, I believe. So do not go anywhere, guys. Second half of our Saturday here in the Hearthstone Battlegrounds EMEA Cup will be coming right at you.
You're watching the Hearthstone Battlegrounds EMEA Cup. Welcome back. You are just in time for the second half of the Lobbies. And Sottle, last time I was casting, we ended with RDU and Habugabu winning the second lobby, first and second. Then it happened 2 more times, and I just gotta know, how much are they paying Bob? It's gotta be the biggest tip in history.
I mean, I've seen RDU stream a lot. Like, he tips Bob a lot. I've seen him end so many turns with gold still in his tray, and that the only reason you do that would be to tip Bob, right? So that has to be what it is.
And of course, we gotta continue the story, and once again, we watch RDU. I want to say there's no necessarily super strong heroes here, but I'm still a fan of Nosdormu.
Yeah, I think Nosdormu is good enough just to take here, not bother with the reroll on Finley. I think the amount of times you pick Finley has gone down a little bit because you used to be able to have very high standards, right? It's like, oh, there's no Rag or Maiev here. Then fine, I'm just going to take Finley and try and get Rag or Maiev, right? Or Jandis or whatever it is. But since the nerfs have come in and kind of equalized the hero pool quite a lot, I think your standards of what you'll take over Finley are a little bit lower, and I think Nosdormu is absolutely fine.
And what a great first combat we have, because it is the dream team facing off against each other right away. Habugabu on the Maiev. What do you think about using hero power versus just buying this turn?
Whoa.
Ooh.
Demons. I see, I see.
That was 2 layers of questions. First, I was going to ask, are you going to buy at all? And if you are going to buy, is it going to be the Wrathweaver or the Vulgar? And he goes for the big scaling potential.
Yeah, so this is kind of smart, right? I think my initial answer to your question was that I was going to roll and find something to hero power there that was a bit more valuable. But one of the things that really shuts down early Wrathweaver scaling is the fact that you're weak for the first 1 or 2 fights, right? So you end up taking kind of 5 to 6 damage early, and then that's all currency that you're not able to transition into stats because you need all of your health to be playing demons. Since he knows he's tying the first fight against his partner in RDU, he had the opportunity here to kind of go for some big scaling with the Wrathweaver instead. But he did just let the shop go and hope to be hitting further demons in his next shop, and did not find it here.
Yeah, that's super interesting to me because I'm of the opinion that if you do take the pink man, then you're automatically freezing a demon if you can get it. And the Vulgar does mean that you stack additional damage, but maybe the thought for Habugabu is that because he's playing Maiev and gets to buy another minion this turn instead of leveling, then he can look for a demon that doesn't deal 2 to him.
Yes. Excuse me, Jay. I think you'll find, by the way, his name is Jesse, okay? Like, we are on first name terms here.
I did not even know that, but I guess I can call SirSalty by his name, and Radu just Radu.
No, it's the Pink Man. He's Jesse. Jesse Pinkman.
Okay. I am really slow. I have seen Breaking Bad, so I'm very upset at myself for not getting that immediately.
It's fine. I mean, the fact that I had to explain the joke makes it that much better, right? That's how jokes work, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
That just means I'm the butt of the joke in this case. But what is Radu? Seriously, what is he tipping Bob? So many Murloc tokens, another triple, and he can possibly greed this to get. What are you thinking? 4-drop or 5-drop?
It's a great question. RDU might even be thinking 6 with the kind of mood that he's in right now, but yeah, it's absolutely huge. He can just greed this out here. He has double triples lined up. Both of these players have ended up griefing Rafarm to an extent on for SirSalty, although, you know, this is just 2 Tidehunters left on the board, so, you know, SirSalty's going to get a nice minion here from RDU, but obviously, as you were mentioning, his partner Habugabu chose to play nothing in order to hand nothing over to the Rafarm on SirSalty.
While we were discussing my lack of understanding on cultural references, we did have that turn where Habugabu didn't play anything, as you mentioned, just to deny SirSalty the steal with Rafarm, especially since Elemental is a premium one to get. And because Radu has the freedom with the double triples, it feels like he could be going for a 4-drop into a 5-drop and just skipping for the 3-drop.
It does very much look that way, yeah. And I do like this idea of, like, griefing particular opponents because it's actually a little bit more valuable. You know, you see, you know, people in like Twitch chat or whatever talking about it on people's streams, like, oh, shouldn't you like not play minions so you don't feed Rag? Like, you're feeding Rafarm here. And generally, like in a one-off lobby, you don't worry that much about griefing particular heroes because it's just that one lobby, right? And then you move on. You'd rather focus on yourself winning. But in this, where it's kind of this league system where you're playing against the same people over and over again, and there might be key people that you want to deny from picking up points, griefing particular opponents on particular heroes might actually be something that has a bit more merit.
especially when you're consecutively fighting two people of the same team, and that means that the Reform player in particular, if they spend 2 gold and don't get anything for it, that makes them fall super far behind,
Right.
which is they rely on having strong early game in the first place to be able to go for that curve and then make up for it later with a slower level. But we do get to see RDU most likely going for his first big drop here.
Yeah, this is a pretty crucial decision here, because Pirates are in the lobby, so RDU has the opportunity to even fish for gold grubbers here, which would be insane. I was wondering if he might kind of split the difference. I actually talked about this play yesterday with Collins, I believe, where you can play one, see if you hit the gold grubber, and then if you do, play the second to look for the second gold grubber, and otherwise hold on to it for a tier 5 minion instead.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense, but it could be that RDU is just thinking if he doesn't play for the second 4 drop, he's just far too weak on board. Now, by playing both of them, he is extremely strong for 7 gold, and he's lined up against the bottom player in terms of health total in typical Hanzo at the moment, which is extremely difficult. Reno, you definitely want to wait until you can get one of those direction-defining minions before you use the hero power. But when Reno has very little health to work with, sometimes you can see him just settle for hero powering. Even I don't want to say this party elemental, but the amount of damage he's gonna get is insane.
The amount of damage he's going to take right now is going to be insane, especially with that attack, and that goes left as well!
Oh no!
That's the
Breaker
disaster!
alive!
The disaster scenario for Hanzo. 17 damage, and with a not particularly impressive looking board, he is going to have to hit something nutty this turn.
Going out there.
I just want to know what's going through the minds of these players that face RDU lobby after lobby and see that he has that type of board on 7, 8, 9 gold. And I don't want to say it, but this could be the fabled Reno dying without having used his hero power.
It's very much looking like it. That's 2 Xerus as well. Like, Xerus is a minion that you love to pick up as Reno because it, of course, has that opportunity to just double the high roll potential because you can golden the minion immediately that you get off it. But with as weak as typical Hanzo was there, he couldn't afford to wait 1 turn to find something powerful to do. He just had to go immediately.
That's a great play.
And speaking
What
of
is
somebody
happening
who is
here?
also going hard here, Habugabu is going for 2 triples in a single turn. It's double genies.
Are you aware you're on 15? Like, this is such a greedy play.
I know. I was going to say this is not the strongest board state at the moment. Maybe he was hoping to hedge after taking 1 genie. He would take more of a tempo 5 drop. No mechs, but if they were in the lobby, I would suggest taking something like Sneeds just to stay alive. But if he does stay alive, depending on what drops he gives, it could be straight from 15 to first place.
That is a big deal, though, with the Red Whelps. He actually managed to completely kill a minion, which is important because Spawnum Nazoth is there on the board. It was actually pretty unlikely to happen. I mean, never mind. Apparently, you're just a genius, and this was the right play all along. What do I know?
Still scary. The Soul Juggler with the Imp Gang boss synergy could mean that Habugabu is taking a lot of damage, but the snipe on the Juggler! Oh my goodness! He is so in this.
Yeah, and now this value trades. This kills the other Imp Gang boss. He loses to 1 single token for his greed, Gia. Like, that could not have gone any better.
What did I say? Straight from 15 to first place?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
he's
now
at 11, but...
And now the dead Reno fight on top of that as well. Oh my goodness, Habugabu is winning this lobby.
Dear Lord. How are we even surprised, though, at this point? The only thing we have to guess is who between Habugabu and RDU will be first place.
So we will see Habugabu set up his elemental board here. After that, I'd love to take a look at the Ragnaros because he is chilling on 40 health right now. Seems to have probably got all the way to his Sulfurus activation without losing a single point of health. So I'd love to see where he's at.
Yeah, definitely a good point to bring up because it's not often that Rag doesn't fall behind in the early game these days. And a while ago you were talking about how some players could be griefing the Rafam and not trying to feed heroes like Ragnaros, but the opposite is also true that when you do run into your teammate, they could purposely, if they know that they're fighting Ragnaros, by token generating minions to try and activate the hero power sooner. But we do see that this is already the 9 gold turn and the hero power is still not active.
It is not, and it does seem like the Rag has stayed low level as well. I did glance over a couple of times and see him being kind of one tavern below the normal curve, which is something the Rag does try and do, and it seems like he missed by one activation on the previous fight as well, which is a huge deal. That's a whole +6/+6 he didn't end up getting by the threat of one minion, but looks like he's hit some nice early triples on those low tavern levels as well to remain very, very strong throughout the early game.
Yeah, it's a different style of playing Rag, just to be as defensive as possible to get that hero power activation, but sometimes it does mean that you end up activating a little bit later. For Oliech though, it's not a big deal, I think, because he's still relatively healthy. The main sticking point is that he needs to find good minions to land the hero power on, because at the moment he doesn't have any divine shield.
That is very true. So he might have to just start rolling away here, looking for some answers. It's kind of a weird setup right now, because he does have that golden party elemental, but doesn't actually have any other elementals to be buffing up with it at the moment. So he's going to pick up the second pair here with the Kobold Scalebane, but yeah, really wants to be looking for a cleave or a divine shield, something that offers additional value from the massive amount of stats that he's picking up.
The stasis, there were two of them in the last shop, which looked like an interesting option because he did have the party elemental, but it's easy to get baited by that because it's not actually that I have a chance that you land minions that even want to get the hero power on. I was about to list, aside from the crackling elemental, maybe wildfire as one that you want to get the buffs on, but Oliech says that's not good enough, and here he's rewarded for rolling a little bit more by hitting a triple, but he's gonna hold on and try to, I assume, level next turn.
You're doing great out
Yeah,
there.
very possibly. He also might have just felt like he didn't have enough time to make all the decisions he wanted to do in terms of what he was looking for off the triple, and just, you know, kind of stalled out. And we'll see what he ends up doing next turn. But look at this, just already starting to spiral out of control. And you can see, at this point, Habugabu and RDU's opponents, it's gone from, like, laughing and frustration to just kind of a resigned smile when they see how strong either of those players are at this point.
I mean, in a way, knowing that there's one team, he's just gonna triple Gar next turn.
He's got a triple Gar!
Yep. Again, how are we even surprised? But the point I wanted to make is, in a way, if anybody is going to be this far in the lead, you're kind of thankful that it's the guys that are already super far ahead in first, because it's safe to say that the way this second day is playing out is it's now a race for second between these three other teams.
Sorry, I just realized that was actually objectively unlucky for Habugabu because he didn't get to play one of his elementals, so he just straight up missed out on Nomi scaling, right? Because he tripled in his hand without being able to play the second Gar. Like, that's so unlucky. Can you imagine being that unlucky, Gio?
I mean, come on, Bob.
Yeah.
As if they don't pay you enough. And now it's the simple train of just buying every elemental you can see, Celementals being great value as well, with Nomi 2 for 1.
Straight into a wildfire as well, just picking it up as a huge minion.
Sorry, I would like to take a look at the Yogg perspective, just so we can see, you know, pictures seconds before disaster occurs, you know?
Yep, that looks about right. I'm scouring this board for poisonous minions that can deal with the Golden Gar, and I'm counting, hang on, bear with me, 0 poisonous minions, okay.
I think this Yogg will be thankful for every last point of health among those 33 HP that he has right now.
Yep.
I am not sure it'll be enough. There's just far too many tier 6 minions on the other side. It's unbelievable.
Just the small matter of a 1994 to deal with. Oh, by the way, there's also 6 other minions outside of that. Good luck. I think the only point of tension here is whether these genies are going to die or not. It's another Gar! It's another Gar, Gia. Are you kidding? Tempest! Oh my god!
When did they patch Genie to, aside from going down to tier 5, it only spawns tier 5 or higher minions?
Right, yeah.
I did not realize that was a thing. But at least for AlexisDiesel, the trades played out in the best way he could have hoped for after seeing the board state, which is everything but the Gar getting cleaned up. And it means that it'll at least be a while before he faces the Habugabu board. And so that means Habugabu is just going to look for his next victim. How is he facing a ghost here? Hello?
He's in the bottom 3, so yeah, he's open to doing it. I guess we've been on 7 for a very long time, right? So the other players have probably cycled through and had their ghost fight, and they're still on cooldown. So, what? I'm trying to speak, but ridiculous things keep happening, Gia, and I just completely lose my train of thought. I don't have time to explain the one nonsense, ridiculous thing that's happening to Habugabu before the next one appears.
This is just a spectacle. I'm predicting second Golden Gar will be coming in the near future, but we do know that this is going to go incredibly in his favor. So I do want to see if anybody has a chance of actually beating this comp. Is there anybody on, say, murlocs with poison?
Murlocs with all of them poisoned already at this point in the game. That's basically what you're going to need.
This is kind of close. He has the Amalgadon with poison and a Bagurgle in there waiting for the toxin. And this is still quite strong for this period in the game. If you just remove the outlier that is Habugabu and look at things in a vacuum, he is in a decent spot. The Baron has synergy with that Bottomless Octopus.
Yeah, he is objectively strong for this point in the game, just not in comparison to what we've been watching for the last few rounds. The bad news is he's got the Poisonous on his Amalgadon, but no Divine Shield, and Mechs are banned, which means he cannot find the Annoyer module, which would really be the clutch pick up there to be able to compete, maybe, with some of what Habugabu is doing, but still looks like he is a long way off from our perspective. It's probably going to be one of these lobbies at this point, where second, third, and fourth is decided by who goes the longest without fighting against Habugabu.
True, but that's such a big deal that he knocks out second place in one hit in AlexisDiesel, and it just goes to show the power of Habugabu when we're talking about this player who looks extremely strong, knocked out second place from 22, and the main context of our conversation is it's still not going to be enough when he faces the elementals. But we do see Oliech with the scam comp put together. He's facing SirSalty, and I'm not sure how this stacked up against SirSalty's comp in particular, but this looks like a good setup to challenge Habugabu later on.
It does. Yeah, this is the kind of thing he's going to need to put together, and we've seen this from a couple of players, right? And people who play a lot of Battlegrounds on ladder will be familiar with this situation as well, where sometimes if you're just completely over-contested on stats, this is the kind of thing you have to end up going for. Just Divine Shield and small poisonous minions. We've seen it with small poison Murlocs in the past, we've seen it with Myexna, and now with Poisonous Spore being added to the game as well, that opens up so many more possibilities to be able to go for this kind of thing. But this is the kind of build that I think is going to be needed to compete with Habugabu this game.
I agree, and the fact that one of the original minions that made it into the comp to this point is a Golden Glyph Guardian, that can effectively be a poison if you get it to be big enough because it triples its attack, and there are very few minions that can get out of range. We do see Oliech here giving up one of the rag buffs on it because he needs the positioning just to stay alive a little bit longer. And this does look like another comp where the scamming works out pretty well against big demons. It's been such a long time since I've seen this, but SirSalty also managed to get the Golden Selfless plus the Baron of his own.
It seems like a month ago at this point, but remember when Habugabu bought a Jesse turn 1 and it looked like he was going to intend to do this? I'm very pleased for his sake that he didn't. I think his current board state is vastly superior. Look at it! Look at it, Gia!
I'm looking. I see 36 damage. That's probably low by Habugabu and Radu standards.
And that is a dead Ragnaros as well, which is great news for Habugabu because Oliech was one of the players who had the scam comp coming together that might just be able to compete. And we are all the way down to top 3. And this time, it's a top 3 without RDU Gia. Looked like he went out in 4th place there as the Nocturmu, and the carry is going to be fully onto Habugabu for this round.
So many people falling off on that round, but really the big story is that Oliech and AlexisDiesel both landed in the bottom 4 as well as Sinedd and Typical Hanzo, and those are both 2 teams, so it really looks like the race for second place is looking good for Team Orange, Izyum and SirSalty.
Yeah, huge round for them because they needed it the most going into this. SirSalty started off strong. I had good results in the first 2 lobbies, weak results in the second 2 lobbies, whereas Izyum has had fairly poor performances throughout, it's got to be said. So being able here to pick it up, this is the play I was talking about, Gia! Do you remember? Top spin, the top spin, pick up the top spin. Oh, insane. Oh, what a waste.
And he gets triple and the Amalgadon, but really what we have to know here is the discipline from SirSalty. It can feel like you've spent half the game building up these floating watchers and it feels bad to get rid of them, but he knows that there is a mammoth of a comp on the other side and he absolutely needs poison divine shields to have even a small shot of surviving here. I did say small though.
There it is! There it is! The
Second triple Gar.
That's
And
actually...
he gets an Amalgadon.
Like, obviously, it's fun to laugh at the high roll here, but that's actually objectively bad, seriously, for Habugabu at this point, right? Because the only way he can lose at this point is to poisonous minions. So for him, consolidating those 2 giant minions into 1 giant minion actually makes him weaker against just about the one thing that he can lose to.
But the fact that he picked up an Amalgadon as the other drop
Sure.
means that he can get a poison divine shield of his own if he's lucky, and we do know that Habugabu has been having, you know, Bob's favor.
That's a great play. I can't wait to see this shake out.
And here we go. Poison, no divine shield, but quite good still.
Yeah, and most importantly as well, still +6/+6 off that little rag, still buff scaling for the Gars. Another Amalgadon now as well. Habugabu is just rolling with laughter right now. I would imagine he has not played too many games, even with as much Battlegrounds as he does play, that were as ridiculous as this one.
I completely agree. And the Nadina for good measure. That's a way to get divine shield on your amalgams. I do think it's close to the time where you could think about getting rid of either the Nomi or the Little Rag to get the Nadina Divine Shield synergy, or even Murloc to give yourself an additional roll on the Amalgam.
Yes.
Doesn't hit the poison though.
Yeah, I actually really like that play. Getting the extra minion type, dropping the Amalgam, then I think he is going to end on this Nadina instead. Yeah, I really like the way the gold was allocated that turn. I think that was very smart.
And let's see who Habugabu's next victim is going to be. Of course, Izyum, the only one left. He does have a Nadina of his own, but only 1 poison minion.
Only 1 poison minion indeed. The Nadina is being given Reborn though, which does throw multiple Divine Shields onto that poisonous Amalgam, so it does get to do some work here. If it can value trade the 35, 36, okay, no. If it was to pick up a value trade there or be able to hit the 29 actually, the 29,400 would have been an insane attack for Izyum to take.
Just the numbers you threw out there, I had to laugh. 29,400. It's a while ago I was saying that the Glyph Guardian Golden with enough buffs is effectively a poison against most minions in the game.
Yeah.
Most minions in the game does not include a tripled 29,400 Gar.
But this is actually pretty crucial because Izyum is not as far away as we might have thought. With that cute little Nadina tech that he has with the Reborn Nadina giving multiple Divine Shields back to his Amalgam, he was only, you know, 1 good attack away from actually being able to take that out if he was able to take a value trade on that 400 health minion.
Yeah, and honestly, on the other side from Habugabu, I wouldn't be surprised to see him just hoard any poisons or amalgams, even if he doesn't end up playing them, so they're away from Izyum's pool. Because it definitely seems like the only way that he can get a win at this point is with the help of some deadly spores! Hello!
Okay. Well, one's coming in for sure. I'm not sure what this Baron is achieving, so
Right.
I would love to be able to buy both, but at this point, doesn't really work out with the gold.
Yeah, you probably buy one for now and hope that it coasts for long enough, and then freeze for the second, I think is what I would do here. Or is he just going to replace Caligo straight up?
Wow.
Going for it right now. I did expect that because otherwise he could have just ended with the full 7 minions on board.
Yep.
We're going to make this play. It's all in on the poisons right now. Wow, surviving on 1 health.
And then gets the Divine Shield, tanks the Nadina, down goes 1 guard. Divine Shield does take the trade on the other side, but they're both down now. Still looks like there might just be enough stats depending on where this goes. Hits the poisonous minion for Habugabu, which means his Amalgadon guaranteed to survive here. No matter what else happens, that is going to be lethal damage coming through, and Habugabu is going to take it down yet again. Another first place for RDU and Habugabu, and once again RDU also finishing in the top 4. They are absolutely free rolling this lobby right now, Gia.
They are monstrous indeed. But honestly, I think the big story here is that second and third are teammates as well. Izyum and SirSalty on Team Orange. Because the story has been kind of the opposite, but also the parallel of yesterday, where it's been the field kind of close to each other, 3 teams, but one team running away. Yesterday it was white team and falling far behind. Now we have the red team that are so far ahead that it's hard for anyone to catch up, but it's definitely still a race for second place. And the fact that the orange team got second and third all secured this lobby means that they put themselves in, I was going to say the best contention, but oh my gosh, it is still very close.
It's insanely close, yeah, but they certainly needed it because they were starting to get cast away. If you look at what they did in the second block, 2 6th places and 2 7th places came from the orange team during our second block, so they needed to start off hot, and that's absolutely what they did with the second place and third place. Just ignore what the red team's doing. It doesn't matter at this point. Like that's over. Like, forget about it. We'll see them on Sunday. The big story now is just, as Gia was saying, the fight between these bottom 3 teams, and I believe Orange came in to lobby number 5 in last position, so they needed to pick up that big win, and they absolutely did.
But still within shooting range for the blue team to be able to get to second, because again, a 6-point gap means that one first place can sometimes overtake if your teammate does well enough here. I want to note though that although we are mostly excluding the red team in terms of who's part of the tight race, the fact that they are hoarding the first places can be a very big deal if it does come down to tiebreakers towards the end of the lobbies, because if 2 of the teams end up with the same amount of points, then the player that will be ranked higher is the team that has the most first place finishes, which outside of the red team, only the black team has one so far.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Oliech, right, for being the only player so far to be able to break the trial of RDU and Habugabu and be able to pick up a first place, because it does not seem like the easiest thing to do right now with some of these monstrous comps that they are putting together. But straight away, we join lobby number 6, and SirSalty has all the options in the world available to him. For me, though, Gia, hard to get away from Maiev still, even after the nerf.
It's true. I mean, he does have a very difficult pick here because I am such a fan of Jandis as well. We can see for this lobby there are no mechs and no demons. Do you think that influences the power level of Jandis in any way?
It certainly used to, right? When mechs were out, that was the biggest deal because you didn't have the Pogo lobby. Now, these days, I think murlocs is the M word that you're looking for in that opening group for the most powerful thing that you're able to do. And if murlocs are there, then Jandis is certainly still a very, very powerful pick. But for me, Maiev, I think, is still perhaps top tier, perhaps the very best hero in the game still, even despite the nerf.
That's absolutely what SirSalty needed to cement the orange team's lead on the rest of the field. But we do see for RDU here, perhaps the first low-tier hero that he's hit in a hot minute. And I don't honestly know what the Eudora dig curve looks like anymore. I suppose if you have a token, it's as simple as digging and buying on one. But if he hadn't hit a token, do you think it was dig or buy?
Yeah, I also don't have that much experience with Eudora since the nerf. All I know is that the times that I picked her up, I've tried to play, similarly to how I did before, which was digging on one, and it did not work out pretty well. So maybe that is absolutely just not the way anymore, and you're supposed to play a little bit longer and delay the hero power for that one extra turn. But the problem with me is it feels like if you're not digging on one, and you have the extra dig that you have to get in now, how often are you just dead before you even get a second activation of your hero power, right? Let alone a third at that point if you're delaying it for so long. So for me, I think if you pick that hero, you pick them to dig, and digging is what you should do.
So we will see if RDU manages to stay alive long enough to be able to get all the value. He did have the double token start, which is very promising, but SirSalty also with some well-statted minions to hit with the Maiev hero power and some slight murloc synergy, picking up a pair as well with the lieutenant. Seems like he's in a good position.
Friend.
Does indeed. He is going to be running into this Deathwing now, who we saw on turn 1 with the refreshing anomaly. So the fact that he's picked up the extra minion will mean that he's going to pick up a small win here.
Very telling about Deathwing's opening shop that they were not able to get a token or even a Divine Shield minion, because I feel like that's something you would prioritize with Deathwing. Izyum on the Omu here, we do have to take note this is SirSalty's partner, so this is the team that is in the best shot to try and get second. place, and they're also facing each other.
Yeah, facing each other is the real kicker here, because now they have the opportunity for maximum greed. They'll be talking about all sorts of possibilities here, right? Like, can Omu greed a level here and still tie the fight? Like, that kind of thing. Like, all of these things have to come into mind as to what the most efficient thing to do this turn is.
And he does end up just banking the money for now, which will mean that Izyum's curve later on will be a bit smoother. They did give themselves...
Guaranteed?
Yeah, 100% tie, I believe, and very, very well situated. I mean, it's simpler to calculate that type of thing early on in the game, but it's still not the easiest thing to do with that amount of time that they have.
Yeah, and I do want to reiterate once again, I think this balance between partners when you fight each other to minimize damage is really one of the key aspects and one of the most skill testing aspects of the tournament. And as much as we've been memeing about RDU and Habugabu kind of getting the blessings of Bob on their side, I also think they have been by far the best pairing at engineering those sorts of situations, even in very complicated late game scenarios as well.
True. Slight language barriers might also play a role for some of the teams, because not every team is composed of 2 members with the same first language.
Yeah,
For Izyum here, it was an interesting last shot where he could have looked at the double party elementals, but he did end up rolling down and gets the stasis with Arcane Assistant.
I get baited by Party Elemental all the time. Like it just seems so much better than it ever actually ends up being. I do think now it's a little bit stronger, a little bit more pleasing to pick up, just because of that extra stat that it picked up in the buffs. But yeah, I think throwing it down there when you don't really have any indication that you want to be pushing elementals long term is a little bit baity.
No, I agree. I mean, I take it all the time, but then I realize that it's just such a detriment to its power level that it can buff the elemental that you immediately play down, which is often something you want to cycle, like Elemental. So it's nowhere near guaranteed to buff the elementals that you actually wanted, like the Crackling Cyclones. For RDU, though, I assume that he's dug every turn, and so it's gonna be this turn where it finishes, right?
Yeah, this should be it.
And he is about to face off against typical Hanzo, which is not his teammate, so I'm not sure about the hesitation here. He goes for a roll, though.
Yeah, he's going to hold it and get greedy for the next turn. He doesn't necessarily want to trigger and get a 4-drop. He wants to potentially try and push that level, get a greedier minion, push for a 5 on the following turn.
I mean, that is certainly something you can do when you're at 40 health as Eudora, which seems like such a luxury in this type of meta with a hero that doesn't actually gain you any tempo benefits until the mid-game.
And it does beg the question, though. Obviously, things have changed, right? Because he's here on 40 health, so that might change his perspective. But if he didn't want to dig for a dig on 3 into a 4-drop in the first place, you don't need to hero power on turn 1 if you don't want to do that, right? Because then your turn is offset by that one turn naturally anyway, and you can do it the other way. But again, situation has changed. He managed to get to this point with 40 health still. Oh!
The Golden Zeros! The one time somebody picks Eudora and they get the memeiest minion possible.
I mean, you always wait here, right? You always wait.
32 health.
RDU, streamer at heart, first place for a mile. Dictated he's already going to be in Sunday at this point. It has to go astronomically wrong. There is no way you don't make the streamer play here. Playing this Xerus is a sin, RDU. You cannot do it.
Right. Who wants a 5-drop when you can go for a golden 6-drop?
Exactly.
I just want to know what he is asking Habugabu here, because I am pretty sure he's asking the same question you did. You always wait here, right? And Habugabu's just trying to say, up to you, man. I don't want any part of this.
What he's asking Habugabu is, how confident are you that we've already qualified? Because I'm about to straight up throw this game, okay?
This is going to be a ton of damage sunk in by AlexisDiesel on the Alec here. And you know what? This feels like just dessert. Everybody's been getting bullied by RDU on 8 gold, 9 gold. It's time for RDU to get a bit of revenge coming his way.
Alright, let's go. What's it going to be?
Drum roll.
Oh! What?
That's pretty good.
You level, right? That's 2 golden, that's 2 6 drops. That's a triple into a triple. No,
Take us back,
go back,
take us
go
back.
back immediately.
But
No,
this is
wait,
a
don't go
Khadgar
back.
too.
Stay here, stay here.
Oh,
This is what I want to see.
Okay, fine. Yeah, we can piece together RDU's turn after the fact, but it's not often that we get to watch a full Khadgar turn in
Yes.
all its glory.
Finally, Gia. Oh, TJ, I'm sorry I doubted you. You knew what was up immediately. Khadgar picking up another 5 here. He's looking for a Mama Bear first and foremost, so that he can kind of have one strong turn with the tokens. Has another opportunity now with the second Murloc Tidehunter.
Yeah, the Genie is still a good pickup, but unfortunate the way the offers of the 5 drops were given to him, because if he had seen Genie first, then I believe he would have taken a Baron as another option. But there's the Baron still.
Okay. Picks up a Toxfin just to try and save himself some health potentially here. And then Murazon's into another Toxfin. There's no way that you have time for another Murloc Tidehunter this turn. Okay, yeah, it's going to hold. It's going to hold.
Yeah, he's going again next turn, which means that we can see what happened with RDU's board. I am so curious. What did he end up picking? And what did he get from the Murazon? Double Little Rag in hand.
Yeah, so we didn't quite get to finish how ludicrous that is, but when you get a golden Murazon, you steal a minion from your last opponent, but it is also golden. So that's essentially 2 triples for you. You play the golden Murazon, you discover a 6 drop, then you play the golden minion that you steal from your opponent, then you discover another 6 drop. So that is arguably the single best golden minion in the game that RDU hit first roll off his golden Xerath.
And that is why SirSalty was saying you always level here, because it gives you 2 shots at a premium 6 drop.
Yep.
And he also has the gas coiler from, I guess, another golden minion that he got at some
Yep.
point. I saw the golden Murlocs. RDU, once again, looking like a runaway favorite for this lobby, but Sinedd on the Nosdormu with the Genie.
Okay. That's huge.
Yeah, this is still really big. He can go for even more of
Wait.
his top cost minions.
Don't like this. I think he should have led with the Murlocs here if he's discovering more 5 drops, because he can pick up the Mama Bear to then
Right.
make massive tabby cats after the fact.
I agree. If he was going to go for it in this order, there was maybe some potential to spend gold and level, and then just discover 6 drops, but you can see here that he is picking up... It looks like genies are on the mind for him, not so much the Mama Bears.
That's very fair, yeah. But there's no real downside to doing it the other way that I can
Correct.
think of, so I still, personally would have preferred to do it that way around. Finds himself a brand now as well. That is the other huge one, because now, obviously, his tokens just absolutely print triples for him at this point.
Oh my goodness, that is crazy. That means that he just has to make the tough decision of when is enough in this situation, because the Khadgar train takes up a lot of board space for you to be able to actually get all of the triples. I think you need 4 free board spaces to actually print all the triples, and now it looks like he's got enough value generation from the genies by themselves, so we could see him go for either a Murloc strat or an Elemental strat from this point with the brand already.
That's right. Yeah, when you have both Khadgar and Bran, you basically get to keep 1 minion, and then everything else has to be sold away to make space for all of the triple generation. But he is... Step number 1 right now is just to stay alive and try and preserve as much health as possible. And honestly, 2 1-3s coming off his Ginny is not really helping him stay alive. That's the business, though! That's more like what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that is a board-wide buffer. Unfortunately, the extra spawns from Khadgar don't enter your hand. It's just the ones that come from Baron, or if you're Lich King, the ones that come from the Reborn Genie, because that's technically still a Genie itself.
Yes. Constructed logic. Khadgar has the word summon on it, and you do not summon minions if they're in your hand. They're only summoned when they're on the board.
Right, so in terms of what he's looking for now, like you said, you only get to keep 1 minion if you want to keep printing the triples, and I definitely don't think he wants to sell these genies with the Baron combo, so it's definitely looking for Nomi now from my perspective.
It's very fair, sure. Does look like he is just taking the time off. He looks fairly happy with his lot right now, at least for a couple of turns. But he does still have that alley cat in hand, which just has to be so tempting. It's so many triples already, just straight up, right? With 1 Bran and a golden Khadgar. That's already so many triples off 1 alley cat. And now with another one in the shop, okay, you have to go again next turn now, I think.
Yeah, it's just really tough to say what 6 drops can justify you actually giving up the genies, which strangely enough, the genies are not his value engine. That's the way he's winning the board right now with
Yes.
the Khadgar and the Baron combo. And so if you go for the triple printer and don't hit the immediately impactful 6 drops onto the board, you could have that one turn where you take too much damage and all the fun is for nothing.
That is true. You do get to keep one minion though, which is nice. You can keep the bigger genie, or you could keep the poison murloc just to give yourself that nice secure board state. And like, you are gonna get so many 6 drops here. Like, you could end this turn with a golden rag quite comfortably, you know. So like, things are gonna scale very, very quickly from this point if he gets it all right.
TJ asking us if we want to move to a different player. We do not. There's a golden Khadgar and 2 brands. I would like to see how this actually plays out. When's the turn that he is going to cash in, or if he's just going to move off of the triple printer strategy entirely. But we do see that 2 players have fallen off though. Izyum is the big one here because him and SirSalty were definitely relying on cementing their second place.
Murazond as well, picking up double water droplet there, which is now a potential triple with that Elemental, but he goes ahead and just sells one of the Elementals first. Just dodges a triple there somehow, okay.
Really?
Fine.
That's strange. I mean, that's the one triple that you don't need to give up board space for.
Yep.
I figure that would be really premium, but it looks like it's because he doesn't have very much time to think about the turn at all, which is very fair. When you go for this big Khadgar strategy, you need to commit and use every single millisecond up.
Yeah, he just wanted to roll down all of his gold as efficiently as possible there to try and find the 3rd brand, ideally, right? That would have been the dream scenario. He would have been able to get like 30 or 40 triples this turn, like straight up, like genuinely. If he had golden brand, golden Khadgar, and all of that gold available.
Hey, a triple.
That's probably just bad. You won't actually have time to play any of the triples.
Gold for the triple.
There's no way. There's no way he makes this. I'm calling it now, Gia. This is going to be a disaster turn.
There's 8 seconds! Can you do anything?
He's dead. He's just dead. There's no way. He's going to rope.
Yeah, there is no way he's staying alive. Oh, dying with 4 triple discovers in hand, even more? I don't know. Just spending the gold on leveling.
Wait. Desync.
Did he actually... Oh.
Desync.
Okay, we are just massively desynced.
Yep,
Lil
yep,
Rag?
yep,
It's
yep.
not Lil Rag? How many of these actually hit the board though? Baron Goldrin, alright.
Play him.
Malgadon is a beast.
Let's see if you
So yeah, I think this is
Wow.
specifically what Sinedd went for here, because he chose to keep the Baron as his one minion, right? We were talking about the Genie potentially, or we were talking about the Poison Murloc potentially, but he held on to the Baron. So I think you can see from what he ended up picking, it was heavily lent towards Beast composition, right? So I think that's where he wanted to end up there with the Golden Great Wolf. But Habugabu finally is going to bite the dust there, going down to Sinedd. His Dragon comp is going to go down. And now Oliech here on the Refarm is going to be going up against the Ghost Fight here as well, against, I believe that's a deactivated Deathwing that he's queued up against here, which is the dream Ghost Fight, because normally Deathwing is a free win that you are playing against.
That is such a huge win there. And for Sinedd in particular, the desync, just keeping us on our toes till the very last second, is a huge thing. From Oliech, he does have the makings of a similar comp with 2 Poison Beasts at the moment, but he also has this relatively big Gar. I'm not sure about the direction he goes from here, and he does take the time to just level because, as you said, the deactivated Deathwing is almost a free win.
Yep.
So in terms of direction, I suppose he would still pick up a Goldrin if it were available to him, but now with all these Murloc discoveries, we could also just see him go for Poison Murloc.
Yeah, it's very much looking that way. Ends up just picking up a pair of Rockpool Hunters off the Primal Fin, obviously trying to hoard for maybe another potential triple down the line here.
It's interesting that he's had a Gold Grubber stick around for this long with only 1 golden minion on board. It feels like that's been here for a very long time then.
Yes.
And he's had the Crackling Cyclone from the early game as well. But we now go back to Sinedd. RDU, Golden Lil Rag.
Insane. Yeah, I mean, I kind of forgot we spent so much time watching the Khadgar strat coming together there that I totally forgot about the insane high roll on the Golden Murazon coming out again from RDU, but he's actually finding himself in trouble here against just how huge Sinedd is this turn, and he is going to be biting the dust here, it looks like, because his one remaining Gascoiler is already over-contested by Sinedd's Gascoiler, let alone everything else that's going on.
True, this needs to have some amazing spawns. And there's still a way that it can go okay for him, where the Baron and the Brand die, but not the Gascoiler, so it's not lethal damage there. I do believe RDU's second dig was just a little red whelp. Not the greatest, but still impressive to make top 4 with Eudora, because we did just see SirSalty, unfortunately, biting the dust there despite a pretty strong Maiev start. And that means a bottom 4 finish for both him and teammate Izyum.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to continue to go back and forth between the bottom 3 teams. It sounds bad to refer to them in that way, but you know, it's kind of what they are, with RDU and Habugabu running away with it. Salty and Izyum had the insane performance in the previous lobby, pushed themselves back into second, but now based on both players finishing outside of the top 8, it looks like they will lose that second place now with 2 lobbies left to play.
And it says something about the state of your board where you can pick up a gold grubber after like how many turns that late into the game. It's still going to be buffed up to a pretty impressive stat line. There has been so much action in this game that no matter what player you want to follow, there's another person to see. So don't forget that if you want to follow any particular player, they are streaming most of them on their personal accounts. You can find them on Twitch most of the time.
Huge poison board generated here from Oliech this turn. You saw him holding onto that Rockpool Hunter pair from the Primal Fin on the previous turn, which I do think is fairly smart in retrospect. I believe he turned down a Bagurgle just to pick up a second Rockpool, but I actually like that decision on reflection, because he was going to end up poisoning whatever Murloc he picked up anyway, so the size of the Murloc doesn't really matter. Having a cheap and efficient pair that's very common, to be able to roll into another Amalgadon or something like that is actually probably a much bigger deal.
I'll tell you what did matter though, the size of the Gar having 1 more HP than the Crackling Cyclone did have attack was really big, because that means the Crackling did not survive to potentially kill off 1 more minion, and 1 minion is the difference here with RDU able to take down Oliech. That was an extremely close fight.
And that means RDU is going to push all the way to top 2 again off the back of that Golden Murazon, and now here we are, Gia. We have come full circle, potentially back to the point where it could be RDU against Sinedd here, the 2 players who have done absolute absurd things, but it's looking, now that we join the fight, like this Gar, this wind-furied Gar that the Alekir has on the other side is going to be chewing through all of this remaining board state from Sinedd. A valiant effort, and he is now my favorite player in this tournament as the only person to have gone Brand Khadgar so far on either of the days. But it's good enough for a top 4, but not going to be good enough, it looks like, to get him into top 2.
The fact that it has Wind Fury on it is so big, because that means that the minions get swept up before the Amalgam or the Lil Rag could potentially suicide themselves into the remaining minions from Sinedd's board, which means it is just lethal damage straight up from AlexisDiesel on the Alekir.
AlexisDiesel drops the Golden Amalgadon as well. I'm not sure what the state of his 2 initial Amalgadons that he combined into that were, but probably we're looking at, you know, only 1 having Poison, 1 having Divine Shield, something like that. Maybe neither of them being particularly good, because it's very rare to see a Amalgadon get tripled in most positions.
That's true. Without mechs in the pool, I can understand the justification if you wanted to put Divine Shield and didn't get it, but the fact that he had Toxfin in hand means that he does have to pick up another Murloc, and he did put it on the Felfin Navigator. I suppose the only thing he's really looking for here is maybe Selfless Heroes to replace the Genie, because we are entering the final stages of the game.
That's right. Yeah, and there is that Selfless Hero. Very, very big deal. This is the reason behind the nerf. It's just way too powerful in the late game. When it was a Tavern 1 minion, you just saw it every single time, and every single late game battle looked like this with the poisonous minions and the Selfless Heroes coming down. So increasing the rarity, there's a very big deal. But look at the size of RDU on the other side. But I think these extra Divine Shield poisonous minions here for AlexisDiesel are going to be able to get the job done.
RDU definitely had the scaling on his minions, but none of them having the insurance of Divine Shield or even token spawners to ping off the Divine Shield on the other side, which means that AlexisDiesel will have a very, very clean win here. And finally, somebody has dethroned the streak of RDU and Habugabu's first place finishes, although second is still very impressive for Radu here on a hero that has largely fallen out of the meta, Dora.
Yeah, I mean, it's an insane Eudora performance, right? And I mean that literally. I'm not saying insane as in, like, incredibly good. I'm just saying it was absolutely nuts the way that things panned out. Hitting, delaying for a turn, then hitting Golden Xerus, delaying the Golden Xerus for one turn, and then hitting the absolute stone cold nuts. Like, probably quite literally the best golden minion in the game in Murazond coming out from the opponent there. But I think overall, got to pay special attention to the fact that that was a big performance overall from the black team, with AlexisDiesel and Oliech both putting together a top 4 performance. And now AlexisDiesel becomes the second player alongside his teammate to be able to put together a first place, which could be huge for tiebreakers if we go there as well, Gia.
Yes, they started off the day with a first for Oliech, and now AlexisDiesel has managed to break the streak of first places for Team Red, and they do put themselves in the best position to be the second team, making it to Sunday. But with 2 lobbies remaining, who knows? Some miracles could still happen if the orange or blue team can put together an RDU Habugabu special of their own of both first and second for the same team. Maybe they can still close the gap.
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, this is kind of the inverse of what we had on day one, where going into our final two lobbies of the day, it felt like we had one team cast away at the bottom who weren't in contention at all for top 2, and the other three teams, were fighting for 2 spots. This is the other way around, where we kind of have one team pretty much out of sight, and then we've got 3 teams still in contention fighting for 1 spot, which, if anything, is even more dramatic. And I think yesterday we had things pan out in the way that was the most dramatic, with both of those players in the final lobby just falling out straight away and leaving all of the live players still to fight it out. I think the most dramatic way this way could end is just if one of those players from each of those teams are all present in the final 4 when we get down to the final lobby. So if I know our script writers, Gia, I think that's what we're going to end up with.
Oh, yes, indeed, SirSalty. We've already seen so many exciting things today. We've crossed off the Chadgar transition from your wish list. I've seen Eudora that I really wanted to see, but didn't even know that I needed to see it until it happened. The stars needed to align for RDU to be able to both have the time to even finish the dig and then delay even further by getting Xerus, and then delay even further because he had that one turn where he didn't dig and instead buy a minion. That was absolutely insane. Is there anything else that you are looking forward to seeing with these last 2 lobbies?
No, I mean, I'm going to put my feet up to this point. I'm on the short shift today. I'll be Collins coming back in to take you home with Gia for the last 2 lobbies. So I'm just going to put my feet up and hope to watch some lobbies really that are up to the standard of the last 2 or 3 we have. Because I think, honestly, these lobbies in the middle of the day today have been by far the most exciting ones that we've seen throughout both of the days so far. So great expectations to live up to, but I'm sure we'll get there.
That's right, SirSalty. Thanks for joining us on the casting desk. And thank you to all the viewers that you'll be joining as you watch the last 2 lobbies. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are now in the home stretch of day 2 of the Hearthstone Battlegrounds EMEA Cup. It's Sjow once again, joined by educated Collins, where if you guys have been watching earlier today, you will know that the red team has definitely pulled far ahead, but the other 3 still are within shooting range.
Yeah, those last 2 games were absolutely insane. I cannot believe what happened. I was so scared for Sinedd when he had the Khadgar play. I was thinking, oh, he wouldn't have enough time. And then we had the first game where Habugabu had the 2 Jins and would use that to transition to a completely nutty composition with the guards. It was just like, I can't believe this is happening. Some of the craziest games I've ever seen.
So true. And it is going to be crucial, these last 2 lobbies, to see who can catch up to Habugabu and RDU, because they are locked in for Sunday. I do believe that math checks out. But in second place is the black team, with orange and blue lagging not too far behind. And so SirSalty here, with the premium pick of Rafam, puts himself in a good position to maybe close that gap.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good pick. We can take a look at the heroes. We do have a Mukla, so that's going to be interesting. See if he could do something with that. But the rest of the heroes seem to be pretty good heroes. So the Mukla is the real outlier, and to see what he can pull off. But it's being piloted by RDU, so maybe he can do something.
Definitely the outlier, as you mentioned, and with Mukla, you do have a hero power that is slightly buffed as of the last patch. You now have a 20% chance to give yourself a big banana, which is +2/+2. Do you think that changes the way you play Mukla in any way, or do you just follow a similar curve?
I don't think it really changes Mukla in any way. It just makes Mukla a little bit stronger, a little bit more consistent, but 20% stronger isn't that big of a buff, so I don't really think it's going to do much.
And so when we're talking about Mukla's curve to begin with, is this a hero where, despite having a 1-cost hero power, that you want to stay leveling on 4 gold?
You have 2 decisions. I think a lot of times it determines how good your rows are on the 4 gold. A lot of times you just want to level early.
And so what kind of gold turns are you looking to maybe use a hero power? Is it more dependent on whether you hit the Divine Shield minions, or do you just say, I want a banana whenever I have a free gold just because it's more stats?
If you're gonna do a regular curve, you kind of have to start using your hero power only when it's essentially free. So usually around 8 gold, 9 gold, that's when you start being able to do that.
Which means that all of the people that I've been facing in these lobbies that are giving me bananas from turn 1 have been doing something wrong with the hero, but we'll see how RDU pilots this.
It's not necessarily wrong to get bananas earlier. You only don't get bananas if you level up to 2 early.
SirSalty on the Rafam already picked up a pair quite early on, but he was facing... Sorry, that wasn't his teammate a while ago, was it? But he did hold on to the Taliwag. Or rather, this is the one that he got from the combat, my mistake.
Yeah, I think he just got a really nice minion from his hero power to getting the hyena, and that's gonna give him a break so that he can actually survive.
Faced off against Sinedd, who is on Maiev, and we did see a while ago that they followed a pretty standard curve with Maiev. Positioning for Hyena sometimes gets a little bit weird because you don't necessarily want the 1/1 tokens to just die without taking any good trades for themselves, but you like just making sure you get the maximum buffs on Hyena.
Yeah, I do think Hyena's the carry in this composition, so even if the 1/1s don't do anything, the fact that they're giving buffs to the Hyena is pretty nice. The only thing I would change is maybe swap the Hyena and the 2/1.
And it's a big deal that he takes a win over Maiev because these 2 heroes follow a similar curve in the early game and do hit those power levels a bit earlier than everyone else. But you do see that Sinedd has a triple already locked up.
Yeah, this is really good turn for him. You can see that he's actually greeting with the triple. He didn't hero power, just froze it because he doesn't want a 4 or a 5, right? If you hero power it now, you're locked into getting either a 4 or 5, even if you level up every turn. He's actually gonna wait.
And we also see SirSalty in a very similar situation, and it definitely seems like the name of the game this meta is trying to hit those big power spikes on turn 5, on tier 5 that is. So a lot of people will be saving these, and the big deal is that because there's 2 alley cats, it's double triples.
Yeah, if he plays this correctly, he can get 2 triples and really snowball his lead. So we're really going to have to see what SirSalty is going to do here, when he's going to get these triples and what he's looking for.
Maybe a small downside of this game plan with a lot of the tokens is that he's feeding the Rag player somewhat. AlexisDiesel getting closer to that activation. And SirSalty is going to take a little bit of damage here. Not too much though.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to play around the Ragnaros when you have this board. You're just like, okay, I mean, I have a ton of tokens.
Definitely not something SirSalty would compromise his own game plan for. It's just an unfortunate side effect. So, how do you suppose he's going to approach the curve from here on out? Is it another level 3's turn?
Yeah, what's interesting, he's definitely going to level. What's interesting is that he has the spawn. I really think it makes there's a good opportunity to get the spawn because that'll really buff him up and give him a chance to catch up. The nice thing, though, is he's playing against Deathwing, so the spawn actually doesn't do anything in this particular turn.
It's true. And if it were not Deathwing, would you advocate for a play of maybe like selling the Scallywags and buying the Celemental and then just playing the spawn of the Zothdown?
Yeah, I would either consider selling the dragon instead, actually, yeah, and during that. So I like this play from him because now he can get the triple next turn if he wants, and he has the full board. He just doesn't hero power.
You're doing great
And it's
out there.
cute to note that you can sell one of the alley cats first and still get the double triples as long as the ordering is correct, where you play the battle cry on the one you just fought and you can get the tabby cat triple, because the golden tabby cat will not work with the regular tabby cat.
Yeah, he has to sell the alley cat first, otherwise he would get the triple first and wouldn't be able to get the second triple. So this is definitely good ordering here.
Definitely minimize the damage he takes from Deathwing by playing down the Scallywag on the turn he did. Finally, this could be the turn where he
The
pops
battle
off.
is really raging out there.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see if he wants to make the play now. He could still wait and go for 2 6s, but it is looking like he will go for 2 5s here. 5s being the most common thing that people are looking for this meta.
Is there any room for maybe going for a half and half play of 1 5 and 1 6?
It depends on what the 5 he gets here happens to be. Okay, with the
Ooh.
Mama Bear, now
It's
he
not
has a
the
lot of
strongest,
decisions to
but
go
it'll
for.
fight hard.
Absolutely picking that up. He now has the opportunity to just take an
Another
unsuspecting win from his next opponent, who is RDU, but the double Mama Bears now means that any beast is a threat as soon as he picks it up.
This is actually poetic because in the previous lobbies, you'll see RDU or Habugabu being absolutely so strong, and SirSalty just like looks at their board and be like, how the hell did this happen? Now RDU is going to have a taste of his own medicine.
And
I think
maybe
we can
it's not
win this
enough
thing.
for RDU and Habugabu to fall off, because they did do that for about 4 lobbies in a row. But this is indeed poetic, and it's a much needed break for SirSalty because he and Izyum were definitely falling behind as of the last lobby.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Salty now. He just needs to pick up some demons, and he could blow out some of the lobbies, because what you can do with the beast comp, or if you get a really good start like this, you can just pick up all of the super high costing beasts, and they'll be so tanky, so strong that they can't do anything about it.
Right, so he can take this one next turn to maybe just buy any decent sized beast, and from there spend turns leveling, and then he can just try and transition to Goldrin, it seems like.
Yeah, this is a big amount of damage for RDU here, taking almost half his life, even more than half his life here.
Moving over to Sinedd, definitely feels like he's not gotten so much done with this board, but he has saved this triple for a 6-drop, and there's Lil Rag available.
Yeah, he really needs a good hit here. There is an argument to take the 4 Reaper, yeah, and he is going to do that because he's so behind. If he was a little bit healthier, he might have went for the Rag.
It's true, and he's also facing off against SirSalty, and he will know based on the hovering that he just dealt an insane amount of damage to RDU, and so I believe the tempo pick here is completely warranted. Small upside of there being a Mukla in the lobby also is just that sometimes you get extra buffs for your team.
Yeah. He does have a free roll. If he doesn't like any of these rolls here, he could roll. And he is going to do that and hits a really, really good roll here. Brand and the Noyo module as well.
That's right, and because he wants to pick them up immediately next turn, the minion that he ends up hero powering is the Elemental for a bit more money later on.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's going against SirSalty, and he might just, take a little too much damage to have a clean game today, but we'll see what happens here.
He's gonna put in some work here, though.
Yeah, it looks like SirSalty spent this turn leveling. That's why he has the exact same board as before.
Definitely, he can afford to do that with the size of the team he already has, and the fact that he stayed at such a good fight total. And that means that SirSalty can now just be looking for even more powerful. He's on tier 5, I believe. So down to 7/7 is free for him to get.
Yeah, now he can pick up extra Mama Bears. He can pick up the 7/7. He can still find Hydras and high mains as well.
Hydra definitely feels like the big one here because you can already see from Sinedd's board just the work that this Cleave put in.
Yeah, this turn is going to be really big for him. He has so many value trades, so many minions that he could hit up. He even could go for a little bit Mama Bear scaling if he wants to. I don't think he will do that. He's looking for the triple of the 1/3, but unfortunately couldn't hit it.
Well, he could possibly generate with the Stasis Elementals now in hand.
Oh!
Oh, or just triple the Stasis itself?
Yeah. I like this play from him.
There's just not enough board space to get all of the generations from this, but that's first world problems.
Alright, we'll see what 6-drop he's going to be picking up here. Big decider in what game plan he has. He goes for the stats. It looks like he's making a menagerie comp on accident.
That's right. He didn't quite pick up any of those direction-defining minions like Nomi, etc., or even Mama Bear, but you can still make it work for a top 4 finish with this type of menagerie comp. It does feel a little bit too late to get Lightfang, but the fact that he has Brand means that he's looking for Jugs, I believe.
Yeah, he's probably looking for that. I was thinking he was considering keeping the 4/1 to replace the 8/8 as the elemental, but decided he didn't want that. He's probably looking for something else.
You're doing great out there.
Gets a banana.
Not going on the foe Reaper next turn.
Yeah, very likely. He's got a pretty good setup to defeat this opponent, and hopefully that could be enough to keep him in the game.
It certainly feels like this lobby is a lot fairer than the lobbies that we've seen a while ago. Nobody seems to have hit the extreme power spike outside of SirSalty on the beast, but that's still dependent on whether he can find his power spike rather is going to give him a good couple late game turns, but it's not necessarily end game until he finds moves.
Yeah, I think the reason these boards look fair is because we're not looking at Rag, we're not looking at Izyum, we're kind of looking at the people who have, under 20 health, so it looks pretty nice, but if you take a look, people are already dying.
That's true. It's a huge deal there that typical Hanzo falls off in 8th place because the blue team was already the ones that were lagging behind last time we checked in with the standings. So his teammate should be able to, or rather needs to be able to pick up the slack here. Sinedd already though down to 6 health.
Yeah, you can see a lot of Goldrin Beast compositions are coming out of the woodworks right now. Everyone seems to be favoring this in this patch instead of the dragons of the last tournament.
Which means, I guess it's slightly annoying for SirSalty, also looking for these types of beasts. We do see from Izyum the fact that he has picked up Gas Coiler and these high mains means that it's going to be a little bit tough for him to transition to a Macaw build if he does want to go for that, because there will be Death Rattles interfering. Okay. But for now, that's the least of his problems because he has so much health to work with.
Yeah,
in the shop.
I'm surprised he ended up playing the second high main, and I thought he would just keep the pair of the 10-2s and just have the high main in the hand. Decided to sell it and ends up finding the Baron, so he does have direction from here.
I think maybe this decision was influenced by the fact that he's facing a Deathwing, so additional tokens might be what he wants to see. The Baron is the big deal here, though, and he's definitely not dying from 40.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to play so defensive being at 40 and having a good board for Deathwing, but I decided he does want to just play safe, which is fair. I mean, at these tournaments, you can overestimate your opponent or underestimate him and take too much damage.
Very good point. We have seen many a person dying from upwards of 20 health just because of some of the elemental builds that Bob had been dropping for the other players prior to this. Oliech coming off of drop here is pretty big. But I do think Gas Spoiler will be the big thing here.
Yeah, it really determines on what the gas Spoiler pulls. If the gas Spoiler can pull death rattles that pull other death rattles, then he's easily going to be ahead. Rat Pack being the nuts, so he's safe.
You say death rattles that pull death rattles, that is the most poetic way to kill off a Deathwing. But still, Oliech is going to be relatively healthy, probably has one more loss in him given the power level of this lobby.
We're taking a look at Ragnaros. The last time we looked at him, he seemed to be making a Divine Shield build, kind of relying on Bronze Warden and the 1/7. But we'll see if he changed his game plan. No, he's still doing that, but he does have a triple.
That is big here. That allows him to maybe fish for something that gives him direction, on top of the fact that there's just a genie in his shop as well, and a Lil Rag option. That's good synergy with these Divine Shields.
Yeah, I think the Little Rag makes the most sense here just because you can continue playing using your Divine Shields without losing too much value buying Elementals.
And because the Lil Rag is the support minion of choice here, there's no more room for that golden spawn of Doth. It always feels a bit difficult to figure out the ordering with Lil Rag because sometimes you want to buff minions that don't necessarily even stay till the end of your comp, like the Gas Coiler. I feel like that's lowest priority among all of the buff frigates.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there that he hit the gas crawler. I'm surprised that he's not greeting, and I would maybe holding on to the 2 buff for the 2/2 instead. There was definitely a play where he didn't have to play the 2/3 and could have just had the extra gold in his hand, but decided he wanted all the power.
That's right. It wasn't that big of a difference with the stats, so I also would have preferred to see that and just drop the genie. But he does maybe just want to make sure that he can snipe off Sinedd as soon as possible, which would put the black team in very tough contention to make it to a top spot.
Yeah. Another interesting thing is that he's stacking all of the Divine Shields, all the buffs on 2 minions, right? Some players like to stack, spread the Divine Shield buffs evenly so that they all are threatening, but it looks like he's for sure going to keep those 2 minions at the edge and isn't really 100% sure if he's going to keep the rest of those.
That's right. The Bolvar being a pair makes it tempting to try and spread them around, but if you don't hit the triple, it can feel really bad when you run out of forces and end up having to sell one. But the Divine Shield's coming in super clutch here. The reset meaning that AlexisDiesel is able to knock out Oliech.
Yeah, Gas Carler was doing so much work
Sinedd.
there. Yeah, Gas Caller doing so much work pulling out the Nadina so that he gets a Divine Shield. He also gets a free Malgadon from the Genie, so everything working out for him so far.
Oh man, the Baron is so tempting, but do you think he has room at this point?
No, he doesn't. The reason you would take the Baron here is to hopefully eventually get Selfless triple so that they have that synergy, but he doesn't need it at this point.
So just looking for more elementals to make use of this Lil Rag, and there's a Tavern Tempest, 2 for 1 straight away.
You can see his greed. He's considering, he's like, oh, this Genie's the weakest thing, but I want to keep it. So he might actually get rid of the dragon. I could see him getting actually during that to play the other elementals, but he has a lot of decisions here, whether he wants to keep the Genie or throw away one of the other things. I think getting rid of the Gas Curler against Deathwing is a little bit reckless, but other than that, a lot of decisions.
Is it ever toss the small Bolvar? It hurts to give up a pair and also the fact that it has Divine Shield, but it feels like it's a lot of buffs away from being actually impactful.
Bolvar against Deathwing isn't too bad of a unit, even if it doesn't have any buffs. It's really you see the dragon that we were talking about that he decided to get rid of. A little bit greedy, but I think I like it. Just going for as much scaling as possible, assuming that he wins.
He does have 30 health, and also he's actually facing his teammate in Oliech, so it's fine to just have a little bit more board space here.
That explains his hesitation as well.
A decent mech build from Oliech, but definitely one that doesn't have that much scaling potential. The the fact that he doesn't have the deflecto bots to go along with all of these mechs makes it that his actual offensive power is quite good.
Yeah, this is definitely a weird board for the Deathwing. Really utilizing the ability of him to make death battles really powerful. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a deflecto bot or any reset, so maybe with time you'll find those pieces.
The fact that Deathwing can stay alive this long with a comp like that is largely due to just his hero power, with every single replicating menace being so much additional damage added to the board.
Wow.
Fair play to these players. That was a perfect tie there. I did not expect that.
Amazingly done from these players. We've been praising RDU and Habugabu for doing that, but it looks like they've got some competition ahead of them.
Oh my goodness, it's been a while since we last checked in on SirSalty, but here he is at tier 6 with Golden Mama, Golden Goldrin, Hydra, and another one in hand.
Without the Macaw, buffing the Goldrins is going to be a little bit risky. He could have played the Goldrin without getting the Mama Bear buff, but he decided against that, and we'll see if they'll actually die. Oh wow, finds another triple here.
Is that a bait though? Having two separate cleaves of a decent size seems maybe still stronger.
He does have a golden Mama Bear, so even if it is a bait, it's still giving themselves insane amounts of buff. So I think it makes sense to go for the play here.
And he just get an additional 6 tier minion, like you said, by virtue of this being tier 6 already and another triple.
Yeah, he is missing Macaw and Baron, so for the full beast comp, so he's missing a lot of things, but he could get another triple here with the poison if he wants to go for that. He'll just run out of board space. Okay, decides not to do that.
Tripling poison, that certainly seems like a buff. I would still hear the argument for the Hydra because the Goldrins are not guaranteed to die with this type of comp and proc immediately. Maybe the unbuffed Hydra cleave wouldn't be so impactful for the next immediate fight.
Ooh, that was a lucky hit from him. So you'll probably see the Goldrin dying. If the cleave didn't hit that, the Goldrin actually probably wouldn't have died, so it would have been a lot worse for him then.
Really all about where this Hydra decides to go now. Far right, not the greatest, but still deals a lot of damage. How much can this junk bot actually accomplish?
I usually, when cleaves go to the far right, far left of thing, I usually call those Propega cleaves. It seems like the Hydra's a good proponent of that philosophy.
Still a very close fight though. Habugabu on the Lich King will still manage to survive just barely.
It looks really, that battle looked really favored for SirSalty. Habugabu kind of squeezing out the RNG to get top 4 out of nowhere, so good for him.
And it does look like that indeed, because RDU is getting knocked out here by AlexisDiesel on the Ragnaros. I'm sure all of these players have a little bit of revenge on Radu.
Yeah, this is one of the few lobbies where RDU and Habugabu don't get top 3 together, so we'll see how the rest of the competitors can pull off and get some advantages for themselves for the tournament.
This is interesting though. Izyum, who is SirSalty's partner, actually has the pieces that Salty wants. Baron there, and also the Hydra. And it's funny because the pieces that Izyum wants are also being hoarded by SirSalty. I believe Salty has 4 Goldrins if you count the golden one as 3.
Yeah, it looks like one of them, they need to just kill each other and take the pieces off their bodies. You know, that might be a plan for themselves.
For SirSalty, there might be room to sell the lower statted Goldrin if he needs to start making room. But first, he needs to pick up Macaws and Barons to actually even justify that. And for Izyum here, really wants to slap this Anoia module on his Amalgadon, but there's nothing he really wants to sell at the moment.
Yeah, this is a really good performance for SirSalty and Izyum, both of them being top 4, and they really want to take out the other 2 players so that they can get a big advantage for themselves. They're in the lead right now.
Ends up selling the Hyena because it doesn't really scale that much with this comp and replaces it with a Deadly Spore just to make sure he's in the best spot for the next fight. Freezing on the Selfless hero also makes sense because he's picked up that poison. But Poison Divine Shields does get kind of countered by mechs and Divine Shields with the little 1/1 mech spawning.
Yeah, the almost board state isn't particularly impressive at this stage of the game. It's pretty decent, but a lot of the other players have a lot of other compositions that work.
I want to say for Izyum to get the win here, more so than it is for Habugabu, because as we've already discussed many times, Habugabu and RDU are all but locked up to make it to Sunday.
Yeah, we really have to see if Habugabu can win this. It's looking pretty confident as long as the cleave doesn't make anything a little bit wonky.
No more on the far right.
Yeah. Oh no.
Okay. That was a big deal that he got rid of the Deflecto bot, but actually the Beast is just actively bad with Baron here.
Yeah. Nice thing is he will be able to pop one of the eggs to take a little bit less damage, so not the worst.
Izyum still has a lot of health to work with, but like we were saying, the way that he scales is going to be difficult because SirSalty has a lot of the pieces. Checking in with AlexisDiesel here, he continues the elemental train. His Lil Rag is now golden.
Something interesting to note is actually the players want to keep Habugabu alive, right? Because if you can push an extra tier above and keep Habugabu like maybe in third and push like AlexisDiesel out or something like that, it would help in their breakpoints. So it's something to think about. I don't think the players are actually manipulating the boards to do that, but it is interesting.
That is true. If they had the freedom to manipulate who they could face, that would be a big thing. But I do feel like it's going to be really, really tough to engineer that perfect outcome. And if they can get first and second, that's still a really big deal. Why don't we check in with SirSalty? I'm curious if the size of his beast will be enough to overtake these elementals at the moment. He does have the double poison.
Yeah. It doesn't look like he's changed his board too much from the last we saw him. He does still have the golden. He does have a Macaw now, but he doesn't want to play it on the board. Doesn't really feel safe or cares.
Facing a teammate.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
I wonder though if this is still gonna be too much.
Yeah, it does look like he's gonna destroy the opponent here, unfortunately.
See if it's 23 worth of damage though, but that is so many tier 6 minions that SirSalty has. The Hydra is just the right size to cleave the Mayexnas.
Okay, so that's a little bit good. He just needs to just avoid the 23. He actually, perfect actually for him, so he gets, wait.
Wait a minute. SirSalty might be scammed for tons of damage here. Is this lethal?
Okay.
Oh, it's almost.
Wait, okay. Okay. That is not the outcome I thought was going to happen when I saw the beginning of the fight. The Goldrin staying alive really caused us to sweat a little bit.
I was definitely sweating there. SirSalty looking for the Baron or a golden on the Selfless Hero. Still doesn't find it. He rolls for Baron with the Murazon, but doesn't get it. I guess it's just end with Macaws. He still has a little more roll in him with the amount of cards in hand.
There's a world where he can get 2 golden Goldrins. That would be interesting.
Okay.
I don't think he's gonna
build your own Baron.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna go for that because the chance he hits it is a little low, but it's something to consider. Oh, he is going for it.
Ooh, another Macaw though. That was a bit rough with the Amalgadon hitting neither Poison nor Divine Shield.
I think the reason why he's going for the second Golden is because he taunted the first one. So if he does have a Macaw comp finalized, it won't be able to... if he gets unlucky, it won't trigger.
Right. The fact that he has taunt on the Amalgam now does make things a little bit different. He could still keep these Goldrins in his back pocket, but it's nice to have that insurance of a different taunt, maybe soaking a hit before the Goldrin does.
Yeah, this is a little bit awkward because this comp could completely fall out of if the Goldrin gets sniped first, or even worse if the opponent has a cleave and the cleave doesn't work. So we'll see what happens here.
Ooh, lots of bubbles.
Oh, okay. That was a little bit scary. There was a 50-50 there, and if that didn't trigger, that would have been very, very bad for SirSalty here.
It's been just straight up -8 across the board. That's a very good cleave there. The Hydra managing to get the value trade, but it's all about how many resets does the Mechabot get.
Yeah, it's nice to see someone using Junkbot. I think that has some
SirSalty's
units.
reaction.
Oh no. It looks fine to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was worried too.
He's freaking out for no reason. It looks like the Hydra Cleave was able to pull it off for himself. On the other side, it looks like AlexisDiesel has taken out the Zoom. Wow. He was at 23 life, so really took a lot of damage there.
Yeah, I mean, elemental boards can just do that. I do believe that between SirSalty and Izyum, they kind of had to discuss between them who is going to carry on the torch, because the fact that they're playing the same comp kind of actively hurts each other's game plans of going farther because of the minions not being in the pool.
Alright, so this last battle probably will be based on who attacks first or things, if the gold ring gets sniped or if he was able to get the gold ring ability to trigger before the
A very big deal. What do you think about this Defender of Argus? You were talking about how the Goldrin having taunt means it's a bit fragile depending on whether you attack first with the Macaw. Is there any room to maybe give yourself other taunt
I like
targets?
how your strategy is shaking.
You could either go for taunt targets or you could just play the second Goldrin, just so that if the first one gets popped, then you trigger the second one. So there are other ways to do it. It looks like he's going for multiple taunt targets, so he wants the safety net, because the issue with playing the second Goldrin is you're losing out on the Goldrin version, right? So he is just probably gonna taunt the poison.
So many pros and cons to all of these builds, but because he does have very good information on AlexisDiesel's last known board state, because he just faced his teammate Izyum, he can know that it's safe to put the taunts on the divine shields taunts on the poisons, given that there aren't too many divine shields on the other side.
Yeah, I mean there definitely was a lot of divine shields on the Ragnaros board, and if you see the Ragnaros board, it is pretty powerful.
What do you think about placing the Hydra a little bit later, given that there were, a handful of divine shields?
I think if he knows exactly that it's going to be this board, it makes a lot of sense, because now you're getting a clean cleave. But I think traditionally it can be a little risky to do the play there.
Super smart, given that if you know it's two big walls on the right hand side, big win there for SirSalty, not quite lethal yet, but again, if you know that it's two big walls on the right hand side, you're not guaranteed to get the full 3 attack value from the cleave unless you've gotten rid of all of those taunts. So I like that he put the poisons a little bit further up front.
Yeah, this is definitely a play with the information that he's getting from the opponent, from his teammate, right? Knowing that he has 2 big Gnars, he puts the poisons to take it out, then he can get a nice cleave. So utilizing the information.
Macaw too late, and that's a triple he didn't want to see. Actively bad to lose a poison by tripling my Exna at this point.
Yeah.
It's really rough.
Yeah, I don't think he can do anything here. The triple would be pretty bad.
Okay. I'm curious what AlexisDiesel can maybe do, because he did lose that last fight. Is there something about his positioning that he can change, knowing that there's 2 poisons on the other side?
It looks like he added some Amalgadons. He does have a poison in his hand that he might sell the Ragnaros for as well.
Down a minion and up a goal.
Seems like it. It's so risky to move around the position of the taunts, because from his perspective, SirSalty could also move his Hydra a bit up.
Ooh, I like this play if he put the Baron in, but I guess this is fine too.
So if you were gonna put the Baron in, what was getting sold there?
No, just like not play the second Selfless.
Gotcha.
But it's basically the same.
See how this pans out. It definitely feels like the Hydra has to carry here. Poison minion is gonna make that so tough to do. Oh!
Oh! Oh wait.
It had to hit the other selfless hero there, right? And then I'm not even sure if it was possible to tie from that standpoint, but extremely close last fight there. AlexisDiesel does take the first place in Lobby 7, but the real story here is SirSalty and Izyum finishing second and third, and that puts themselves, the orange team, in a good spot to maybe recoup for their losses from the last lobby.
Yeah, they still had a good performance, even though they didn't win. They still had second and third, and consistency is really the name of the game, right? So even if you don't win the lobby, if you can both together as a team get second and third, you're still going to be getting more points than the first place finisher.
That's a great total for them. Black team did fall quite behind in that lobby, but sorry, I meant blue team. And that was also continuing from their previous performance of a 7th place for typical Hanzo. So it definitely feels like now, in this last lobby, it's a race between black team and orange team for that second place slot.
Yeah, they both have to, they just need one good game. If they can pull off a RDU Habugabu special and get first and second, then they lock it up. But it seems that Izyum and SirSalty have been very consistent getting a lot of second and third places, but it's AlexisDiesel and Oliech that have been getting the first places to top them off.
And because the tiebreakers do matter on first place, if we do have two teams ending up with the same amount of points, after all is said and done, like yesterday, it will definitely be black team that wins the tiebreaker because they already have 3 first places and Team Orange have none so far. So it's going to have to be Team Orange performing well and also Team Black not performing well if they have a chance to try and take that second place slot. I do believe that Red and Blue's performance for this last lobby is largely not going to matter so much.
Yeah, unfortunate for typical Hanzo and Sinedd, they weren't able to catch up to the lead that all the other teams have been playing. And RDU and Habugabu have such a big buffer that they could do nothing and still win.
That is pretty funny. It is unfortunate to see Sinedd and Hanzo go out like that. I think they were a very strong team. I did try and tune into Sinedd's stream once, despite me not speaking a single word of Russian, but they were practicing together on call from what I could tell. And a lot of the teams were putting in the time for this. But unfortunately, only 2 per day can move on to Sunday. And for the Russian fans out there, at least Silvername and guDDummit will be continuing on. So we get to the very last lobby now, and SirSalty once again has Rafam.
Yeah, he's getting a 2-for-1 special. A lot Rafam this round, Rafam last round. He really likes the hero, it seems.
A lot of people do like it for its consistency to be able to get a wide board early on. For Izyum, though, these are not the greatest choices. Would you end up on the Curator, maybe?
Either Curator or Malygos. You could go for the Maleficent if you really just want to. But the issue with Maleficent is not really a winning composition. It is a safe composition, and they have been playing safe this whole tournament. So maybe that is just their game plan, just going to take this and try to force a mech composition. But difficult.
Mechs definitely feel like they're maybe a more consistent way to get around 4th place, but my issue is that enough for Team Orange right now? They have a 6-point deficit to overcome, I believe, to get ahead of the black team. So they need to put together a good performance on top of the black team falling off a little bit. And we do see, of course, from Oliech, Sindragosa, which means that he's guaranteed at least a good early game board.
Yeah, I don't know. The mech strategy might be good. You're kind of hoping that, maybe RDU and Habugabu take the 3rd and 4th space, right? And then you can get 1st and 2nd or something like that.
So what do you think about this turn from typical Hanzo? He bought the token, sold one, and immediately bananaed for a 4th floor.
I mean, it works, right?
I mean, you win this fight, but does it have any implications for economy later on?
You're good at this.
The only thing you're doing is you're giving everyone else a banana, right? But it is technically the same strength, and you can level normally.
The issue with giving up a token is usually seen in the 5 gold turn, but the fact that you do have bananas to give yourself a minion that's even bigger than a tier 2 minion means that it's okay if you don't buy the maximum amount of tier 2 minions later on.
Yeah, he's going for a safe play, just scaling with the hero power every single turn. We talked about this last match as well.
Pretty fun to see this. He is just going in, and that is going to be a Reno bullied heavily. RDU, though, is not really somebody that we need to worry so much about because he is locked in alongside Habugabu for Sunday.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry. Even he probably took Reno for the memes. You know, probably trying to force a Khadgar. We'll probably take a look at it. He found the triple, by the way, Hanzo.
Wow. So, how is he going to play out this curve? I guess it's just more bananas. When are you looking to go for the triple? What tier minion?
I guess he'll do it next turn to get a 3. That's what the curve looks like. He could have leveled this turn, but decided not to. He could still level 2 if he sells that, but not to.
Yeah, given that he seems to hero power every turn and is just treating this like a Maiev or Rafam curve, it definitely does feel like he would level Sai and hero power next turn. But from Oliech, you're seeing him cash in the minions that he froze early on as Sindragosa, and it's going to be dragons on the other side from Sinedd.
You can really see what's the minions that get buffed by Sindragosa actually become pretty relevant in the early game, so it's nice.
Yeah. Pretty much automatically freeze whatever Bob gives you in the first tavern as Sindragosa for at least 2 turns in a row. And we do see that he froze Microbot and Refreshing Anomaly as well. Is there room to maybe buy the other 2 and keep those frozen for another turn?
I think against Millhouse usually spikes on this turn, so you probably want to be as strong as possible. So it does make sense to buy them now.
Yeah. There's also the argument that next turn you're probably only going to buy 1 minion because it's level buy. So he could go for something like this half and half play where you buy 1 strong one and you buy one that you're not necessarily looking to get buffs on in the long term.
Yeah, he's going for a greedy play, but also a safe play at the same time because he knows that the Micro Machine will be getting attack buff, so it's not going to be wasted if you buy it this turn.
Oh man, that Red Whelp proc was potentially very relevant because of the size of these Divine Shields on the other side. Doesn't really hit anything too big, but the body itself manages to get a good trade up.
Yeah, it's really nice to see those minions getting buffed actually becoming relevant and dealing damage.
Still ends up as a small win for Habugabu, but I think Oliech is fine with that. SirSalty, Elemental triples.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's already on tier 3 at the beginning of the turn, meaning that he just leveled last turn. So he's determining if he wants to go for the tier 4 minion and maybe go for Gold Grubber scaling, or just wait and be even greedier.
Oh, that's very interesting that he triples on the Elemental instead of the Water Droplet, which is in some ways money lost, but it's a bigger body that you get immediately.
The nice thing you can do here is if you sell the Elemental and buy another one, you can get another triple quickly.
That is true. Going for the potential double triples later on, and knowing that he is facing somebody who's not his teammate next turn, he's going to start cashing in the bananas.
Yeah, he's typical Hanzo's been giving people a lot of bananas. Really generous this game.
Every single turn, it feels like.
Yeah. We're gonna be taking a look at what the Rafam's doing. It looks like he's gonna win this round, or at least tie, depending on how the match runs out, and deals a lot of damage.
It was a really big deal that he did cash out every last banana on his taunt minion, because if it had a couple less health points, then the big selfless hero on the other side could have taken a massive trade, and the rest of SirSalty's board would have been just marching into that selfless.
Yeah, he's got a lot of decisions here. Does he want to spawn? Looks like he's going for the 5-drop here, and doesn't really hit anything good. He probably takes the Sneeds here just so that he has a good board, but not the hits he was looking for. Probably looking for Mama Bear.
That's right, Mama Bear, maybe even a brand for later on, but all of these, other than the Sneeds Old Shredder, need other pieces to really have good synergy at the moment. So I do favor the tempo pick as well as the Sneeds. Ooh.
Okay. So he sees the spawn in the lobby, and that's why he's taking the Baron here.
Okay, I can get behind it. It's a bit scary on the other side, SirSalty, but Granted, this is still just the 8 gold turn and he has a 10-10 and the hyena does get pretty big, so I think it's justified still.
Yeah, it is definitely scary depending on how strong SirSalty is. SirSalty isn't super nutty, so it should work out for him.
Okay, not going to be the biggest loss for Uncle Hanzo, and I am a bit curious what's going on with Oliech, because last time we saw him, he did have some pretty good freeze options.
Looks like. Well, we'll see what he has after the end of the battle. He did lose to the KT, so I'm seeing what he's running right now.
And the issue I find with Sindragosa is to decide when to stop freezing things, because it can get a little bit tempting to stack the buffs for a little bit longer. But around, I think, this mark, 9 gold, 10 gold, the buffs that you get are maybe offset by the value of actually refreshing your board into higher tier minions.
Yeah, usually I like hero powering or say using your passive for like the first 5 turns or so. Then after you start leveling at 3, level 4, you can roll into really good standalone minions like Bronze Wardens and things like that.
And the Bronze Ward and Cobalt Scalebane combo is in hand right now. It feels very greedy to hold on to these because he is facing SirSalty, but at the same time, you don't really want to spend the last 2 gold rolling. But I think overall, he needs to be going for the safe place because, as we mentioned, the black team is in a slight lead over orange team right now. So as long as they can maintain middle ground placement, they should be in a good spot for second place.
Yeah, he ended up having to use 2 gold to just roll it away because he didn't like anything in the shop. So a little bit unfortunate with the gold management, but sometimes you don't get lucky or optimal.
Oh, that's a big target for the red whelp to hit. It means that the Cobalt Scalebane just one-shots on straight away, and the Bronze Warden can maybe get more work done. But oh, that Elemental trade also is huge.
Yeah, there's a bit of unfortunate hits for both members here. Hopefully they don't take too much damage from either of the opponents.
It's getting really tense because it's this team versus that team for the second slot here. Oliech knows that every single combat against Izyum and SirSalty will be crucial. Same for AlexisDiesel here, who has a Chef Nomi already on board.
Yeah, now he's got a game plan, just buying the Nomi or buying the elementals and hoping he can scale from there.
Is there room for Major Domo? I really want it, but it might be a bait.
I think that would be difficult to buy that here and hope it works out. I mean, he could do it. He's definitely considering it, knowing that he hasn't rolled overway yet. And it is better than the dragon that he has on the board.
I like where you're going with this.
I love it. From here, though, it's tough to choose which minion will actually be his cycles spot, because he does have that golden party elemental. And on top of that, 2 Divine Shield minions. The fact that he is placing the buff on the Deflectobot on the far left here is a bit surprising to me, because I thought the Deflectobot would be the minion to go away and the Selfless Hero just all in.
Well, Deflectobot does have potential scaling, so I can see why he wants to keep that. Maybe he finds other mech synergies and keeps both of them, so I can see why he decides to keep that instead.
And he does end up throwing the party elemental instead. I'm always baited by that card, so I guess I should learn the lesson from these pro players throwing it away.
The reason why he's throwing away the party elemental is because he has a Nomi. I think he would keep it if he had a Rag, but since Nomi buffs the things in your board, you actually don't have to buff the minions in the tab. You don't have to buff the minions on your board, so he threw it away.
The only good targets are the Wildfire Elementals, but you can see his Arcane Assistant is the card he'll be cycling out. But will he even survive long enough? This fight is not going so well for AlexisDiesel.
He should survive with a little bit of health, knowing that the mech player isn't on 5, right? Probably on 4, so just taking time.
Such a big deal for Izyum. It's been a while since we've checked in on him. Last time we saw him was just actually picking the Maleficent, but he did hit quite a bit of mech synergy. RDU on the Reno still hasn't cashed out the hero power, but has a decent amount of health to work with.
It looks like RDU for his last game yeah, is going Pirates and hoping he can make the plays, playing for his fans, you know, doing some of the things you don't normally see, but I think he deserves it.
It's definitely definitely, it feels like something for the viewers, right? Because I feel it's only justified to go for the hogger economy when you have these salty looters to actually benefit from buying all of the pirates. But he could just print money now if he wants.
Yeah, found another one.
And that means that every pirate he buys is essentially plus gold for him.
Yeah. He just needs to survive the next couple of turns. The one issue with his composition right now is he doesn't have any units that scale by buying the pirates. So he essentially just needs to get triples and get Eliza that way.
Definitely seems like it. He is faced off against Izyum though. Again, he was on that mech comp with the double deflecto bots. I wonder if the pirates will get the job done here. Giant micro machine.
We know the answer. Yeah, let's. Unfortunately.
A girl can dream, Collins. I want to see pirates.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't die here, he still has a chance to skill and be irrelevant. So we'll see what happens.
I just want RDU to survive so he can maybe find the time to pick up a golden, a salty looter, and just find a way to actually cash out on these pirates. And he will have enough HP to last another turn, but let's watch him pop off after this.
Another turn is the key statement here. Unfortunately, we'll see what happens. Though he's not going to be last, so that's nice to see.
Not facing the ghost though. In fact, he is facing top player who is Habugabu, his teammate. Habugabu could help RDU live the pirate dream for another turn if he wanted.
Yeah, we should also mention that it seems like SirSalty was the person in 8th. He was one of those pushing for the second place spot, so that's a big disappointment for him right there, not being able to make it work in the last match.
Yeah, that is such a huge deal. Izyum now, I feel like it's very unlikely for Orange team to be able to make second from this spot, even if Izyum makes first, but we'll see. For now, let's enjoy the fireworks from RDU. Still just one salty looter.
It's nice to see. He's getting everything triple. Is it enough? No, but
I mean,
nice to
this
see.
is a pretty strong board. I don't know what Habugabu's board looks like, but this is impressive, at least for the APM at the very least.
Yeah, the APM is impressive. I will admit that is very true.
Now, Sottle mentioned a while ago that RDU ends many a turn with some gold floated, and he pays Bob in that regard. So how much is he paying Bob this turn?
He can pay Bob as much as he likes because he's getting free gold in the first place. So seems to work out here.
Nice generous tip of 3 gold to Bob in the end, I believe.
Yeah. Even if he bought the pirate on that shop, he would have given Bob even more gold.
Okay, that looks like the end of the pirate dream. Short-lived, but I'm glad we saw the fireworks.
Knowing that it's your teammate, why put the cleave in the front? That seems like a bit of sabotage from Habugabu here. A little disappointed to see.
Wait,
oh, he's alive.
He's alive. I didn't expect that.
Alright, so there's still more hope for RDU here. He can still live the pirate dream an extra turn. And that's it.
And as fun as this is to watch, I guess we should mention it's a much bigger deal as to whether Oliech and AlexisDiesel can secure their lead. They're definitely feeling very confident now that SirSalty has fallen in 8th place. Typical Hanzo falling to 7th, probably not too surprising given that, not too impactful given that their team was already in the last place spot.
Alright. Looks like he's still rolling, still looking for... He's gotten 2 hoggers now, so he's got a lot of scaling as well.
Another gold rubber.
That's what I would have picked.
What's the chances that he ends with 10 gold? I think it's pretty high.
I think it's high too. It's just... At this point, it might even just be actively bad to buy other minions to spend your gold because you have more cards to get out of your hand the next turn.
Yeah,
There's
he
just
could
not
get
enough
the
time.
taunt. He could taunt, but decided not to do that as well.
Down a minion and up a goal.
I wish we could have some background music to listen to from all of this.
Yeah, he's APMing though pretty well.
Very
Will
impressive.
it be enough?
Better hire a recruit
He's
while you
tipping
can.
Bob about 100 gold here. It looks like.
Oh man,
You're down a minion and
he's still
up a
going. Time's run out, but he's like, I still got more plays to make.
Good old desync. A while ago we saw it with the transition, with the golden Khadgar. And now we get to see it for the Pirates. RDU finally selling off the Hogger and ends with double poison, which is the real kicker here because Oliech doesn't actually have that much stat.
It's actually working out for RDU here, making the dream reality. I thought he wouldn't win this round, but he actually found a way to sell the Pirates for poison and use that to win.
That's incredibly impressive. I did not think that the Pirates would take him this far. I suppose he found the salty looters at just the right moment. He has just the right amount of stats to knock out Oliech, which is good news for Izyum. If there is going to be any hope left for that pairing of Izyum and SirSalty, it would depend on Oliech and AlexisDiesel falling out.
the pressure.
I think AlexisDiesel also got knocked out there. So wow, Izyum really has an opportunity to take a lot of points in this round now.
That means that Oliech and AlexisDiesel have garnered 2 and 3 points. So a total of 5, which, not counting Izyum's points gathered, puts them at a 10-point lead ahead. So I think even if Izyum takes first place in this lobby, it still feels like the black team will come out second. But of course, my math is not always perfect, so we'll see how it actually pans out when all is said and done. There's the Eliza.
It does seem like your math is pretty perfect in the end game that they won't be able to make it out. So unfortunate for them, but their performance over the other lobbies was able to make them consistent enough that they didn't need to, dominate in this last round. So very nice to see.
And if all of that checks out, that does mean we do just get to keep enjoying RDU on the APM Pirates, just by every single pirate in sight.
I do think it is still impressive that they are both top 4 again, even with the memes. Even with the memes, they're able to pull it out. Very impressive play from both of them.
For sure. And Zottle was saying when it was you guys casting that RDU prior to this tournament was streaming, and he did just win a game on Pirates, so it's not entirely memey. He has done it before. It definitely feels a lot harder to pull off than before, but when you do get it, boy, does it feel good.
Momentum, friend.
I'm liking that he bought the 2 random minions just to bank 2 gold, because you need that with Pirates. Yeah.
Sometimes, if Bob doesn't give you any Pirates for the first, 8 rolls somehow. But poisonous divine shields on the other side looks like they're gonna be too much.
Little unfortunate for our pirate superhero here. It might not be enough. Well,
Oh, and Izyum does go out in 3rd place here. That's a very impressive performance with Maleficent.
yeah, and it looks like RDU as well. The Pirates were not enough, but they were enough for top 4, so very, very impressive.
That was almost a tie there, depending on where that last trade went, if it had gone into the Lil Rag, but we do get to see Sinedd continuing the dream here. Possibility for a triple Gar. That is the Habugabu special that we saw from a while ago, now possibly going to be his doom.
Alright, he is picking up the Baron to replace so that he does have the Selfless getting an extra tick.
Yeah, that's really cool. And he does have a Selfless in the shop right now. Do you feel like that is a hero power target or a freeze? Because there might not be that many rounds left.
Yeah, there's only 1 round left after. If the round isn't over this round, there's only 1 round left, so you have to freeze that.
As for positioning, I do think this looks fairly standard just with Baron far right. It looks like he is going for Nadina instead of Baron to get the reset on a poisonous minion.
What he actually could have done was sell the... He did sell the Ragnaros. He could have sold the Ragnaros and the Nadina and just had double Selfless on the board instead.
True. I mean, Nadina only can proc on the Amalgam, so he does have to kind of be fortunate that it doesn't die too early before this goes off. The Selfless, however, you can't really direct it where to go. Sometimes it can land on disaster minions, like the Baron there.
Yeah, but you do get 2 procs instead of the 1, and it's not even guaranteed for the Nadina, so I do think it would be a good play.
I agree. You can see here the Nadina is just going to do absolutely nothing on this board state, and in a couple moments' time, this little deadly spore will be taking down. Oh no, never mind! Taking down the golden gar. I was about to say, but an amazing snipe.
Yeah, keeping him alive as well. What a massive snipe from the wow.
Not alive,
Look.
just he's won the game and put on the meme shades.
Very impressive from Sinedd there. Easy win.
You love to see it, and even though I don't believe that Sinedd and typical Hanzo's team has a chance of finishing in the top 2, it's really great to see them put in a first place performance to close out the day, taking down Habugabu, no less, who was probably the top performing individual player this tournament.
Yeah, it was really nice to see. There were a lot of good plays from a lot of the teams that we saw finishing and moving on to the next round. So a little bit unfortunate. I think SirSalty and Izyum had really good consistency, but the consistency wasn't good enough to actually get some first places, which ended up being the difference maker in a lot of these matches.
And the point totals are in. Not quite as close as yesterday, where we do have 2 teams that are outliers on the upper and lower extremes, respectively. But it's honestly the story of the black and the orange team fighting back and forth with these last few lobbies. In the end, as you said, it was not quite enough for Izyum and SirSalty, as sad as I am to say it. But congrats, definitely, to the black team. Managing to gather 3 first places in totals is still very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we also have to give a lot of respect to RDU and Habugabu. I mean, as we all see, they dominated from start to finish. They were memeing along the way, doing a lot of good teamwork plays, and proved to be the superior team to